Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Crumman. Unfortunately, we weren't able to play our intro like we normally do. StreamYard done changed things around, so we can only play one clip at a time on the free plan. So please donate to the platform so we can get back on the paid plan. Now, Lady Chase behind me, our other host. And on this season 5, episode 15, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is, who's in the chat? Hey, what up, Mac285? Appreciate you tapping in. Okay, the topic is, hold on, man. Salute, Mac285. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to pull up the topic list. Okay. So we got for you on season 5, episode 15, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. We will see discussing several topics. First one is Rickey Smiley is back to fear-mongering, and he has a whole meltdown. Then we got Latino questions Trump's motive of building Alcatraz, Alligator Alcatraz, ICE Detention Center. Then we got Mexicans protest American tourists and real estate investors. Then we got lessons not learned from the Diddy trial. Then we got Black author's cruise vacation turns into a racist nightmare. Why are people saying the Essence Fest fell off? Then we got breaking Trump's DOJ and FBI concludes Epstein died by suicide, and there's no famous clients list. Then we got Black man found hanging in Albany, self-aliving or something more. Then we got officer shot at ICE detention facility in Texas after armed men ambushed the facility. And last but certainly not least, we got our Unhoused neighbor news and our illegal migrant news. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all our channels are in the description, including Keezy, who does our intro track that unfortunately we weren't able to play tonight. Jay Militant's channel, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant, and the Church of Black Power. Shout out to him. And also support the GoFundMe. The GoFundMe for Lady Che is also in the description. And we got the copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. We do not own the rights to this music, and if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 areas of human activity, shout out to Keezy's in the building. R.I.P. to Nelly Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com to get his books. Then we got racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, R.I.P. to her as well. So we're going to hop right into it. Yep, I'm going to play your clip, Keezy. Keezy's in the building, Lady Che. He said, oh, Rickey. Yeah, There's Lady Che. We see her in the background. Yeah. FBA all day. That's right, Max 285. And then we got Keezy in the building. Shout out to Keezy. And I'm going to hop right into it by playing this clip he did earlier. Excuse me. No, I just got to find the cue I was looking at. So, like I said, Rickey Smiley Oh, Democratic Shield. Oh, nigga. Rickey Smiley was caping hard for the Democrats. He was heavy on the K hive, and now he's back at it with his fear mongering meltdown. So Kukisi gonna give us an update on that. But first, we're gonna play the clip of him having this meltdown, and then Kukisi's gonna give his commentary on the whole thing. Fair use, fair use. That's stupid. Come on, computer, don't start.
If you go and watch Joy Reid videos, if you get an opportunity to watch Joy Reid videos, go watch them. You'll learn a lot because, things about to get ugly. Things about to get really, really ugly. Yep, and I'm scared. Scared. If ICE can get immigrants or whatever and just go and get them and without their due process in court, why can't they do it to everybody else? Now they're doing it to Haitians. And who do you think is next? Keep your eyes open. Go to Joy Reid page. Go listen to what Roland Martin has to say.
Now look at Rickey Smiley, man, looking scared and shook, like he just got a DM from the DNC talking about, you better get them Negroes in line. Yeah, up there talking about, I'm not trying to scare y'all, but you better go listen to Joy Reid and Roland Martin. Rickey, yes, you are trying to scare folks. My man was up there trembling, trying to promote them media bootlick puppets. And just like we knew would happen, here come the pivot. ICE is coming. They getting the Haitians. Bruh, we seen this playbook before. Use fear and make it about immigrants. Tell black folks to vote blue no matter who, and then just wait. Nah, we done with all that 1960s style gaslighting, fear-mongering type of play. Rickey, you not talking about tangibles. You ain't talking about reparations. You just standing on fear, and that's it. I don't know what type of leadership that is. It seemed like blackmail to me, dressed up in that old church energy, because we not moved and we not scared. We got our own agenda, tangibles and reparations, lineage-based policies. You got it? Ain't gonna be no more rainbow coalitions and immigrant struggles hijacking our justice claims. And as the great Jason Blacc says, you got to watch those old necks.
Yep, that's right, Cookies. You gotta watch them. Oh, niggas. All right, Lady Che, what's your thoughts on Rickey Smiley crashing out, talking about we need to be scared and we're next?
I think the only reason he's saying that is because he's a tether. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, he's giving definitely tether energy.
That's the only reason to be scared. If you don't belong here, you're tethered.
And no, we're not listening to Joyless Reed. That's the same one that was calling us Russian bots and disinformation agents back in 2020.
It's a tether situation. And that's the only reason to be scared is if you're a tether. And she's a tether, he's a tether.
Roly Poly Martin's a damn tether.
So that's the only reason to be scared. But and you ain't got no fear if you're for the smoke.
Right. Scared of what?
Right. So carry on.
What can they do they ain't already done? But they can't deport us. FBA is the non-deportables. We can't be deported. So we ain't got nothing to be scared about. But this is coming down from the Democratic elite trying to fear-monger us again. First it was Project 2025, and now it's, oh, they're going to divorce you next. You're getting deported. No, the hell we're not. So shout out to Kukisi for breaking down that madness.
Even with my ambiguous looks, they just gotta run my fingerprints to see I'm a felon for the soil. You know what I mean? They'll let me right back out. If not, they'll just transfer me to an adequate jail. You know, but they like people like because you know, I have ambiguous looks. Yeah, there's a possibility, but just the way I speak is enough to fucking give you a headache. So, you know, they just gotta run your fingerprints. That's it. That's all. I need to be scared. You got they kidnap you. Then if they do, it's a lawsuit. So I would suggest them just not doing all that because it's a lawsuit to snatch a motherfucker like me just because of my ambiguous looks. Snatch a motherfucker up like me and then they fingerprint me and know that I'm from the soil. Oh yeah, it's a bad sign for them. You know, they'd have to come out of pocket sooner or later, and they'd have to let me out. That's as soon as they know. You know, because that's what the whole thing is. They have fingerprinting systems. They got all that shit going on in that little fucking in the immigration jails
Yeah.
that you cannot get around. So they can say whatever they want, but anybody who's everybody knows they got all kinds of checks and NCIS shit like that, like
Yeah.
that'll run your background. And once they figure it out, as long as you know, not motherfucker not acting too stupid, they gonna be all right. But what he's talking about, he must be a tether because it's the only way he could really push that fear and propaganda. And he must not be um, very well read about the Constitution, or else he wouldn't be saying that madness. And if you're still on the Democratic pipe, like you got to get off of that because Democrats, just like Republicans, are going nowhere. So, you know, instead of making an ass out of themselves, they might as well just come off it because nobody believes what they're saying. And they keep bringing up old cases, like about this one cat who got deported, but because I don't even know why they even brought it up. If you're born on the military base, you're property of the United States military. So, and they're just bringing up shit just to upset the balance of things to keep things controversial and distracting. So I wouldn't pay too much attention to it.
Just keep minding your own FBA business. They trying their hardest to get us out on the streets with them illegals. I don't know why I'm echoing. Y'all should be able to hear me clearly. Yeah. So don't waste your time. Continue to mind your own FBA business, Black family. This ain't got nothing to do with us. Like I said, they can't deport us. We are the non-deportables. So they wasting their time, Democrats. Damn, Democrats trying to fearmonger to us again, and they still ain't learned. That shit don't work. You tried it last year. The girl Kamala lost, and I just need to come to grips with that. She lost. She gonna lose in 2028 if y'all run her again. And y'all not getting the House back in 2026. So moving along, we got Latino questions Trump's motive for building Alligator Alcatraz. Ooh. So I think it's Demetria K is gonna give us an update on that. If my computer on freezes. Unfreeze computer. Close it in the windows. Sorry, y'all. The damn computer decided to clear out all the tabs. All right, now I'm gonna have to find my queue again. In the meantime, Lady Tay, what are your thoughts on the Alligator Alcatraz?
I told you about that last night or a couple days ago. I think it's all right. I would be like, look, if you escape and you manage to survive wrestling with all the alligators, you can stay. You know,
Yeah,
if you lose a limb, or arm, hand, by doing a bloody death roll with an alligator a couple times, you can stay. You manage to make an alligator hot on your heels, you might be able to stay. You get bit up by malaria and you manage to make it through, I don't know. You might be able to stay. But other than that, that 500, dude, that shit took like 5 days to build up.
mm-hmm.
And the way everybody's acting about it, they're like, he's like, what states can I put? The title was like, what states can I put one in? And I'm like, you put one right here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We
Like,
ain't got no alligators here.
he had no alligators. But the funny part about it is that Trump always said he's gonna drain the swamp.
Yep.
Trump said he wanted to motherfucking load up the river that they cross over.
Yeah.
Get over here.
Yep.
You want to load it up with motherfucking gators.
Yeah,
before.
the Rio Grande. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it. And they were like, oh, that's inhumane. They didn't want to stand at the top and shoot him in the legs and shit. And they were like, that's inhumane, right?
Yeah.
And so he builds this shit on an old ass airport, which in my mind, I'm pretty sure is one of those airports that the little planes came in where they're full of cocaine. That the government shipped over here to, flood our streets and keep our people under cocaine and crack and shit, you know what I mean?
Oops, sorry.
So I'm pretty sure it's one of those type of little airports. But they put it up in in like 5 days, literally like 5 days, maybe 8 at the most. I can't remember exactly how many days ago. And he's walking through, that shit looked like Park County Jail, Park Dog Pound.
Park dog.
Like dog kennel.
Yeah.
And what they're worried about. What are they worried about? They keep talking about the environment. I'm like, well, look, he's just building. He just put this temporary shit. It's not really. It doesn't look pretty anchored down at all, really. They look like one good fucking tornado wind, and it's a wrap. Hurricane wind, it's a wrap.
Yeah.
Everybody gonna fly in 100 different directions. That's what it looked like. They're worried about the environment. And I'm like, are you worried about the environment because you have nowhere to dispose of waste? Because they're not really being clear about that. They're not being clear at all about that. But they keep saying the environment. What's really, he's not doing anything but putting fucking cargo tents on top of a platform that's already there. I think they're more worried about the bodily waste. That's what I think it is. And maybe like a power grid or something. They had to put up some shit. So it's not too shabby. They did it really quick. What really bothers everybody, what's really going on is that they use money for that and they could have went somewhere else. But I think that I think what he's doing is all right. I mean, he's got to put them somewhere. And what I also find funny, real quick, just a side note, when we talk about Hispanics and people going back, and I think it's funny is that it kind of goes into this, is what is Mexico going to do? Because You know, the protests are happening in California, but in Mexico, they're protesting that they don't want no gringos there.
Yeah, yeah,
Right?
we about to get to that.
They don't want no gringos there.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
And
about.
we're like, we don't want no Mexicans here.
Right.
And everything's really expensive over there. And they're bitching about it, right? And I think, well, the simplest thing is you take your people and ship our people back, fuck them and whatever they're talking about, and then you fix your economy, and I guess we'll have to fix our economy. No more free goodies to give away. You are giving us shit over there.
Right.
I don't know what anybody's talking about, you know. And then the mass exodus could stop. But the fact that they're like, kill the gringos and we don't want no gringos here, is the same sentiment we have for them over there. But they're like, I read a whole article. I thought that was most amusing. But they're like, no more gringos here. And we're like, I'm like, I'm watching the protest. I'm like, damn, they burnt like seriously. I didn't even. It's all about gentrification. They're mad about gentrification over there. Like we're like actual people are mad about gentrification over here.
Yep.
And I'm like, somebody needs to be blamed for this. That's what's the most amusing. And the fact that Alligator Alcatraz happened over there on DeSantis' section.
Yeah.
Which they could have put one up in Texas.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They could have did it.
Yeah, they got gators there too.
Keep in mind, they're still shipping motherfuckers out, so it's like there's it. I don't know what to believe.
Okay, well I got my queue set up so we can get straight to it now. So this Latino questions Trump's motive for building Alligator Alcatraz ICE detention center.
Dude, he's been saying that shit for years.
Help the homeless, not ICE. So all of a sudden now they care about our unhoused neighbors and they want us to spend the money on them opposed to this. So Demetria K gonna give us an update on that.
A man asked an interesting question in regards to Trump and Ron DeSantis of Florida building Alligator Alcatraz. Check it out.
Is anyone else really confused why the Trump administration had no issue building a 5,000 bed concentration camp, because that's what it is, but still have issues with finding beds for the homeless veterans around the country? Just an interesting take, you know? If we can build that in a matter of weeks, why can't we do it for the homeless?
So as you saw there, he wanted to know why they had no problem building Alligator Alcatraz, which is a new facility that will hold illegal immigrants. It will detain them until they figure out what they're going to do with it. But he hasn't built a shelter for homeless people or veterans. And I think that's an awesome question. I agree with that. Why didn't they do that? But the same question could be asked for the Democrats. Why didn't they do it either? See, it's always one side or the other pointing the fingers at each other, but no one is stopping to say, hey, it's true on both sides, right? The Democrats were full speed ahead with allowing everybody and their mama to come over here and get all that there was to get, and they stepped over the homeless veterans and people who weren't veterans that were homeless. The Democrats overlooked them as well. You can go to somewhere like California where they're big time pro, illegal immigration, and they have a huge homeless population. And just speaking from Black Americans, the most homeless population is that of Black Americans, especially in California. And nobody took them to task really like that, right? And I agree. Trump and them should be asked those questions, but everybody should be asked those questions. And basically, there should never have to be a detention center made for illegal immigrants because they shouldn't be over here, right? That's just a fact. And when they come over here, they do get a lot of resources. And yes, it's costing millions and millions of dollars to build that. That could have went to American citizens or American causes or whatever like that. So just like Trump is wasting money for the detention centers, the Democrats wasted money by allowing people to come over here and get all that there was to get. So it's a fair question for both sides. And I agree, there shouldn't be homeless veterans or anybody that's homeless in America while they're giving money away, not even just to illegal immigration, but wars overseas and people who have no interest in America at all. I agree with that. As a taxpayer, I'd like to see my tax dollars go to helping Americans, and specifically Black Americans, since we are the last people on the totem pole to get anything. So yes, it is a fair question. I'm just as concerned about the homeless as they are about building these things. And again, for the Democrats, why weren't they just as concerned before they were inviting everybody over here, before they built, homeless shelters and got everybody off the streets that are American citizens? So yeah, I agree with you, but let's ask all the questions. Right. So anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetria K Show, here on YouTube.
And subscribe to the Frontline Black News. Yeah, I agree with Sister Demetria K. Like, what was that energy for the Democrats? He didn't have the same kind of energy for the Democrats. He wasn't demanding nothing of the Democrats. But now all of a sudden dumps in now, oh, we need to build a homeless shelter. Oh, we need to build housing for the unhoused. What? That's what we say.
I mean, it's not like we haven't asked them for more shelter for the unhoused. They just don't give a fuck. Right. So the ask and the demand has been out there for a long time. They just don't give a fuck. And right now, he don't give a fuck. So he's doing whatever he wants to do. Yeah. Which is not unlike Trump. Right. And he said he was going to do this. He's been talking about this for a long time. So again, this is not a shock to me. This is just like whatever, you know what I mean? Because he said he was going to do it. And now it just happens to be this is the time he's going to do it at. So he said he wanted to do that. He even wanted to shut the fucking border down and all that extra shit since the first time. Yeah. And as far as them not doing nothing for the unhoused, dude, if you haven't learned anything, the Democrats were going to do shit for us, period. And why everybody kept voting for them, I don't fucking know, but they're not, now that we know the fog is lifted, they have no way of coming back. Everything they say now will just be light pandering. There will be no tangible behind it. Same thing, and at least you know where the Republicans stand. They don't give a fuck. They're gonna do whatever they feel is right. They can go with their conscience. They never really talk to the people. So there you have it.
Yep. And I said it better myself. All right, so moving along to Mexico. Mexico. The Mexicans are protesting American tourists and real estate investors. So Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on that. Shout out to Professor Black Truth. Hopefully this computer unfreezes so I can show y'all what this is talking about. Start deleting all that. Oh shit on my computer.
The peasants are revolting. Yes, they certainly are revolting to look at. You know, somebody really ought to call Mayor Bass. Let her know that Los Angeles is out of control these days. Oh, wait, but it's not Los Angeles, is it? Though you couldn't tell by looking. Seems like some of the locals down there in Tequilaville are taking exception to gentrification. But the gentrification, apparently in their eyes, doesn't come from the Blanco ruling class who actually run the place and are dominating them and slap them around like so many peasants. Instead, it's the gringos from up north that they're scared of and concerned concerned about. Now, you know that has to come from their government, the same government that's actually been exploiting them and driving them out of their own country and telling them, you guys need to go anywhere other than here. They're not mad at their Blanco misleaders down there in Mexico. They're mad at the Blanco gringos in the United States. Go figure. Well, if this is their brilliant plan for how they're going to be stopping those gringos from coming in and buying up real estate, it's not a very smart plan. There's a number of Americans who go to Mexico for vacations, like Cancun, but there's also a lot of Americans who go for medical tourism. You had that case a few years back of those black tourists who went to northern Mexico to get some discount medications or whatever, and the cartels mistook them for Haitians. That's no joke, by the way. That's what happened. Apparently, they're down there beefing with the Haitians. They didn't know those people were actually foundational black Americans. That caused an international stink, but the cartels had the shooters turn themselves in, which is more than what happens with practically every other murder down there. So I guess in this case, this is what counts for justice. The lesson that they should have taken away from all of this illegal immigration is that if their people had stayed in Mexico and built up their country, then they would be too expensive for Americans to come in and try to buy it up. You don't see the Japanese complaining about Americans and foreigners coming in, buying up the land, and the same thing goes for Canada. You want to know why? They built those places up. They're too expensive for that. A handful of gringos show up in these people's neighborhoods, and they're tearing up the whole city. Now, I wonder what would happen if millions of Americans came there every single year to stay. I wonder what their reaction to that would be. Not Americans coming to visit for a few days and then leave, but if millions of Americans were coming there every single year, and these Americans refused to learn the language. They demanded that English be spoken, that the government accommodate them, and that the culture needed to change for them. If Americans showed up and demanded that the 4th of July be celebrated and that they get government benefits and a ton of goodies and giveaways merely for being illegal aliens or just for being there, I wonder what their reaction would be to decades of that. But as I said before, don't kid yourself. This little display was set up by the Mexican government themselves. There's a number of American retirees who live in Mexico because it's less expensive and close to the US, and these kind of displays are meant to intimidate them. Now, because the gringo retirees down there are legally in the country and broke no laws, the Mexicans will have a hard time trying to find something to go after them about, especially because those people actually are putting something into the economy. They're not displacing workers there, and they're actually doing something other than taking from the economy. But then again, since when has law stopped the Mexican government from doing their dirt? It's not about prosperity for them. Of all of the groups from Europe who decided that they were going to do colonization, the Spanish by far were the most inept. Those guys never got their act together then or now. They couldn't run a colony any more than they could run their own country. And that same dysfunction also translated to the places that they colonized. A few folks from the US are down there in Mexico buying some real estate. They came into the country legally. They're residing there legally, not committing any crimes. They're not bringing every one of their relatives and friends over to be sponsored to come in. And they're not lying and claiming that they're being persecuted in the US, though some of them might actually have a legitimate claim under the current regime. But you got a handful of what look to be paid vandals who are making sure to get in front of the cameras and cause a stink. That being the case, tourism is a crucial driver of Mexico's economy. I put economy in quotes. So if they're going to be running off all of the tourists or running off the people who come there from abroad, they're not going to have much left when it's all over. I guess they realize that all the little demonstrations in the United States, which by the way are also co-coordinated by the Mexican government, I guess they figured that those demonstrations didn't come to much. So now this is what's next. Threatening people from the United States if they decide to visit Mexico, even if only on vacation, never mind the fact that the people who live in Mexico don't want to live there. Speaking of vacations, the Orange Man has arranged for a number of illegals to get an all-expenses-paid trip to South Sudan. Because, hey, who doesn't want to visit a war zone for the summer? This was clearly a hand-picked group for the photo. You can tell because it's all multiracial. It looks like one of those United Colors of Bennington ads from the 90s. But this is something the Brits tried to do. They couldn't make it work because Rwanda didn't want to be the dumping ground for illegals from Britain, and the British simply didn't have the money for all of those flights to Africa that they were threatening to do. But Trump's going to give it a go, or at least he's going to have a photo op making people think that he did. This is obviously a high-profile intimidation tactic because even with all of ICE's raids for the cameras, they still haven't rounded up anywhere near the number of people that they would need to in order to make flights to Africa be feasible for the sake of repatriating or otherwise getting rid of massive numbers of people. Just keep in mind, the Orange Man has made certain exceptions to his policy, mostly for alleged farm workers. The problem with that is all of those farm workers came into the U.S. claiming asylum for persecution. And a lot of them, as soon as they get in, the first thing they say is, now I want to bring over all of my folks from the home country. Trump would have to all but eliminate the asylum claim from being valid in the U.S., and he would have to eliminate all government programs for immigrants and yank federal funds from states to try to subsidize illegal aliens coming to the U.S. And of course, he would have to start prosecuting these unscrupulous landlords, these crooked businessmen, and these larcenous banks. That's something that he has yet to do. Because the landlords, the businessmen, and the banks, they should be considered no different than the illegal aliens themselves. They also need to be rounded up. The illegal aliens are coming to the U.S. because they know in advance that there's an entire infrastructure in place that will employ them, house them, and make it where they can send money back home, basically integrate them into the economy, which is what they came to the U.S. for. And there's a bunch of illegals who got green cards and immediately began sponsoring, quote unquote, their relatives and everyone else to bring them over too. I told you about that last week, but these corrupt businesses are the entities who are fueling the flood of illegal aliens. Unless they begin getting rounded up and thrown in jail too, then ultimately what Trump's doing is hoping to scare the illegal.
Hold on, y'all. I don't know what the hell just happened. Oh, computer done froze. Screen. Refresh it. Yeah, I'm gonna start deleting stuff because it's starting to take a toll.
They usually check your hotspot so you can
You know what I'm saying? That hotspot's good to go. It's the computer.
turn the fan to it.
Not even that. The computer is memory is shot. I need to clear space on my computer. I'll be right back.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. I'm going to give it a go, or at least he's going to have a photo op making people think that he did. This is obviously a high-profile intimidation tactic, because even with all of ICE's raids for the cameras, they still haven't rounded up anywhere near the number of people that they would need to in order to make flights to Africa be feasible for the sake of repatriating or otherwise getting rid of massive numbers of people. Just keep in mind, the Orange Man has made certain exceptions to his policy, mostly for alleged farm workers. The problem with that is all of those farm workers came into the U.S. claiming asylum for persecution, and a lot of them, as soon as they get in, the first thing that they say is, now I want to bring over all of my folks from the home country. Trump would have to all but eliminate the asylum claim from being valid in the U.S., and he would have to eliminate all government programs for immigrants and yank federal funds from states to try to subsidize illegal aliens coming to the U.S. And of course, he would have to start prosecuting these unscrupulous landlords, these crooked businessmen, and these larcenous banks. That's something that he has yet to do. Because the landlords, the businessmen, and the banks, they should be considered no different than the illegal aliens themselves. They also need to be rounded up. The illegal aliens are coming to the U.S. because they know in advance that there's an entire infrastructure in place that will employ them, house them, and make it where they can send money back home, basically integrate them into the economy, which is what they came to the U.S. for. And there's a bunch of illegals who got green cards and immediately began sponsoring, quote unquote, their relatives and everyone else to bring them over too. I told you about that last week, but these corrupt businesses are the entities who are fueling the flood of illegal aliens. Unless they begin getting rounded up and thrown in jail too, then ultimately what Trump's doing is hoping to scare the illegals away. And that may work in the short term, but without punishing these criminal enterprises who are openly working to encourage them to come to the U.S. and making big money off of supporting them, then people will wait a little while, and before it's all over, the old life will return. But in the meanwhile, it would be interesting to see if Trump gets around to expanding his flights to Africa for illegal aliens. And you got all of these illegal alien activists and the tethers who are concerned about this, and they want for black folks to be scared. You guys ought to be concerned too, because today it's us, tomorrow it's going to be you. Never mind the fact that these very people who are claiming that, when they came to the US, they were the main ones attacking black people. They come from anti-black racist cultures, or in the case of many African and Caribbean enclaves, they come from cultures who, because of their jealousy of what we've accomplished, they come here and they want to try to find a way to look down on us, because in their minds, they're like, well, we know you're looking down on us, so we got to look down on you. That's where that comes from. Jealousy, envy, just being off code as hell. But the people who are gnashing their teeth and who are now got their knees quaking because Trump has arranged for free flights for these illegal aliens to go to Africa, they might want to ask themselves, what was it that they were doing all of this time that made it where black Americans have been saying, you know what, y'all got this. Everybody wants to try to guilt trip us into something, but nobody ever wants to look at their own behavior. What's happened is Donald Trump made it very clear that any of these people who thought to themselves that they were going to otherwise be shouting him down, that's not going to be allowed. And even some of their little political buddies, they're getting arrested as well. And now what these guys are doing is they're saying we're not really sure where to turn. That's deliberate. What Trump and Stephen Miller are doing is a basic part of war. They're demoralizing the enemy. There's no threat that there will ever be any retaliation from these people, or even long-lasting hurt feelings for that matter, because they know that they're in the wrong, and worse, they're utterly dependent on the U.S. economically. And of course, you got these people who come from Latin America, who, as far as they're concerned, they identify as white on their driver's licenses and on their job applications and their school forms and census forms. And that being the case, whether they're prepared to admit it or not, they're still holding out a candle that they're going to be classified as white at some time in the future. For a lot of them, they just figured that if they live it long enough, apparently they're going to be able to manifest it. Well, the only manifest that they've got is a flight manifest to South Sudan. And that's the reason why we're seeing people nutting up left, right, and center. The Mexican government and their handful of hooligan crisis actors can be mad all they want, but the problem with a failed state is that they fail to make themselves capable of retaliating. And don't give me any crap about BRICS. With countries like Mexico, all they can do is be vassal states of stronger countries that are not failures, like China. That's how that one's going to shake out. You look at Mexico's history, and that's what they've always been. A tool of others. Even during both world wars, spoiler, Mexico was allied with America's enemies in both world wars. But then again, how much good did Mexico do for their Axis allies in either war? See, the problem for the people from Latin America is they thought that they were going to be building a road to the future, paving that road to the future over black people's dead bodies, is what they thought was going to happen. They were thinking to themselves that they were going to have it both ways, that they could go ahead and claim to be quote unquote people of color for the sake of taking advantage of what it is that black people have put in place. But by the same token, they also were going to be classifying themselves simultaneously as being white. And now some of them are starting to realize, however slowly, that that road that they thought that they were paving, well, the white supremacists have made up their minds that it's going to be a one-way street. Virtually all of the immigrants who came to the United States came as opportunists. But there are no bigger opportunists in world history than these white supremacists, and that's who these folks chose to handcuff themselves to. So they're just going to have to get used to taking the abuse. It's not like they can do much about it except for vent and rage in the streets. And these good white Blancos up north, they're used to that. Just like their president making empty threats about mobilizing. Well, I guess we see what the mobilization is. A handful of hooligans in the streets. That's not going to change the calculus on anything. But if the Mexicans want to keep this up, go right ahead. They already have few people who want to go there, and they'll scare off what few folks might have been adventurous enough to come. And as for the idea that they're somehow going to be retaliating against the United States, that they're going to be driving out the gentrifiers, I consider the irony to be absolutely excruciating. Well, since there's probably going to be a lot more Blancos coming down south and taking up more of the real estate, if the Mexicans want some pointers on what they should do, here's a suggestion. Learn to speak English. I recommend that they start by learning the phrase, no trespassing. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Amir Miller, Richard Lovell, Suleiman Alaji, Janitha Blue, and Jesse Gibson. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking.
Thought it was me at first. I said, damn, what did I make a contribution? Shout out to Professor Blacc too for that awesome commentary.
And sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you. Family and fellow soldier.
I agree with everything Professor Blacc Truth was saying. Like, they're trespassers and they got to go. Shout out to the viewers. I'll see y'all.
My thing is this. They have like
So here at 9 Denver Fire and Police investigating.
It started around the time of COVID. When they were making that little exodus, all the Americans were going over there. And they were acting like they were being pushed out because economy in California was too high. And then they came over there and they put money into the economy. So whatever happened between then and now is like either they're not paying their way enough or what. Because they have a lot of fucking touristy Airbnbs that they rent out, like over 1,000, and the fact that they don't want to learn English. I think this is just mostly payback because what Trump is doing, making them get snatched up over here,
Yeah.
I think he's doing that. Fuck with her, and she's doing it. And them really pushing out the Americans, which is kind of like an okay thing to do because they go there to as tourists. They don't need to stay there. Go there as on vacation or whatever, but you don't see Mexico having all kind of anchor babies. You know what I mean? Tethered over there. They're fleeing their country over here.
The president is technically an anchor baby over there.
The president is not an anchor baby.
What is she? She's an American, right?
Right. So.
But she's not anchored to Mexico. Like her parents didn't come from Mexico.
No.
Nobody in her family came from Mexico.
A black woman details an incident with a racist couple on a cruise.
Just white
how did she
enough.
become Mexican mayor then president? Is like I forgot how she did. But that was always a mystery to me, okay? Because I thought you had to be a Mexican citizen to be a Mexican president.
Right, or any office.
That's what I thought too. But as you know, like as the weeks go by, I'm thoroughly baffled on how we have so many refugee representatives in all kinds of spots. So
Yeah.
I was really baffled by that because I was under the understanding that you couldn't run for office unless you were a U.S. American born citizen.
Right.
I never thought that you could be a refugee or an anchor of some sort. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Tether of some sort, and that's a legitimate thing. Like old boy the right from there, or old girl.
Tell everyone I was sent home.
Yeah.
From work. Thought I would work tonight, Mr. Rickey Smiley. Oh yeah, that was classic, Kookiesy. We appreciate you for that.
Yeah, so I didn't realize that you could do that. So apparently the world's been changing, and they put on these stupid ass representatives like the Black Caucus.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it just didn't never make sense until just recently. The more you know.
Right. So now they're invading Mexico. The Americans, that is.
But it's not the same thing. See, the thing is, like, when we go over there, we're spending money. They come over here, they're staying over here and creating all this obstacles for actual Americans. You don't see Americans over there really hindering Mexican progress.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube,
it's kind of not the same thing.
So fast forward to Diddy.
Oh, man, we're not ready for it.
Lessons not learned from the Diddy trial.
I'll cover it more extensively on the RBA because I was all engrossed.
Yes, she was. So Make sure y'all stay up long enough for the RBA, which will be directly after Frontline Black News. Alright, so lessons learned from the Diddy trial by Professor Black Truth. Shout out to Professor Black Truth once again.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. As everyone knows by now, Diddy was acquitted of the most serious charges in his federal trial. So for the enterprising U.S. attorneys out there who think that they're all going to make their careers by putting high-profile black men in prison and they'll ride that horse to glory, well, that may not be the easy W they think it is. Going back and looking at some of the things people were saying, there were a lot of folks who were claiming that Diddy's defense was taking heavy hits from the prosecution. And of course, a lot of these white media headlines were saying, big trouble for Diddy. The latest witness is hurting Diddy. Oh, he's done. He loses big. Even though the trial wasn't over yet, that's how they were talking about it. It was meant to program and condition the public mind. But it also just goes to show that you can never be completely sure how these things are going to turn out. Now, I wasn't following this trial. That's the reason why, for the people who were sending me messages about it, what did I think of this, what did I think about it, I didn't even bother to respond because I don't care about the fate of P. Diddy. However, of course, as I've commented on the past of other black male celebrities who have been jammed up, I do think that there's 2 cents that I ought to throw in. The state didn't really have a case. Whether you like Diddy or hate him, he's done nothing for the black community, so I wasn't concerned about his fate. The reality is he is a proxy. These same federal prosecutors who began putting the case on Diddy during the Biden years, they're not going after these violent anti-black hate criminals. They're not trying to make a point of making a career out of going after those guys. We're going to condition the public mind that we're going after these white supremacists. You commit a crime against a black person, we're going to use you as a horse to get ourselves into a higher tax bracket and a more cushy federal job. They're not doing that. Instead, they're trying to do a 21st century orgy of the Mann Act against high-profile black defendants. They try to take anything and twist it and lie about it and exaggerate it so that they can falsely claim that this guy over here, this black man, why, he's the biggest criminal. It's the trial of the century. Yeah, for the 3rd time in a row this year. Prosecutors in this case, they knew that what they were saying were lies or at the very least gross exaggerations, but they also knew that the white media wasn't going to say that. Nobody in the white media was saying that Diddy shouldn't have been charged. Nobody in the white media was saying that he had been overcharged or that prosecutors need to be careful that they don't overplay their hand. Nobody was saying that at all. In other words, they didn't say the usual narrative that they always drag out whenever a white cop is accused of killing a black person. They don't point out in those cases how the defense can't get an acquittal or how tough it's going to be. They don't sit there and talk that way about it. Instead, the white media says it's all about how prosecutors are doing too much and how juries are reluctant to convict for thus and so. They talk about how hard it's going to be, how hard it is to get a conviction. That's what they say then. They say that from the very outset in those cases, all is a way to influence the public, and they hope to influence whatever jurors are going to serve on those trials, is to send the message loud and clear, wink and a nod, hey, you're not supposed to convict. Well, the white media acted as if this case was a slam dunk. After R. Kelly's conviction, they thought they were on some sort of a roll, but the reality is their case was weak. And to show how weak the state's case was, Diddy's defense team didn't even bother to call a single witness during the trial, which was nearly 2 months, by the way. All of these witnesses getting up there and all these people telling themselves, oh, Diddy is so dead. Oh, look at this, look at that. See, that's something the white media didn't make much hay about. The fact that there was no need to put up any sort of witnesses to rebut any of this stuff. That's how weak they felt the case was. But as we've seen over and over again, even though Diddy's been acquitted of the most serious charges, the judge still refused to grant him bail, claiming that he poses a danger. Though, of course, he couldn't say to whom. This is something we see all the time. This is how judges force a black defendant to basically serve a prison sentence, even though they're innocent, by keeping them incarcerated for months, if not years on end. Something that they don't do with white defendants. If Harvey Weinstein wasn't made to be behind bars during his original trial, then it makes no sense to act like a black music executive's going to go on a kill spree or something when he's out on bail. But that's how they're acting about it, because they got to try to justify this mess somehow. Now, the most recent white media reports are that when Diddy got back to prison, he was greeted to a standing ovation from the inmates because they knew what he was up against. That it's only too easy for a prosecutor to get a conviction on a black man, regardless of if they're guilty, and they were glad to see someone beat the government. And speaking of the government, you can bet right now that Republicans and Democrats alike are both putting their empty little heads together, asking themselves, what new laws do we need to put on the books at the federal level to make sure that the next Diddy doesn't get away? Because that's what they do with black defendants too. Anytime a black defendant actually gets acquitted, oh, that's a flaw in the system. We got to find a way to seal those gaps. We can't have any of these black defendants thinking that they're actually going to get their day in court and that they have a chance of actually being found not guilty. We can't have that. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if during Trump's administration, you're going to find some laws getting passed. They're going to be doing it quietly, by the way, but some stuff's going to get snuck through and it's going to have total bipartisan support. Now, again, I haven't been following the Diddy trial, so I don't know whether Diddy's been getting support from the hip hop industry, all of these rappers, many of whom know what it means to be jammed up on exaggerated or even trumped up charges. And yet I'm willing to bet that not too many of them were going to the mat for him, certainly not publicly. If not, is that because they're all scared of becoming the next target of some prosecutor looking to make a name for themselves? Some U.S. attorney or some local DA looking to impress either of the political parties in their quest for higher office? All of these guys doing their asinine little music videos, showing themselves with clothes, cars, and hoes. All of this money that they got, everybody's got all this money, and yet nobody puts any of that money to use trying to get some of their own hand-picked candidates in those prosecutors' offices, even a state attorney general, to say nothing of putting influence on either of the parties. Hey, here's some people who need to be made into U.S. attorneys. They're not using any of their money to try to influence these things. They're too busy basically goofing off and hanging out. White power knows their stooges. They know their Negroes very well. If white power decides to put you on, that's because you've already shown them that you're not going to say a word or lift a finger against them. That's the price of admission if you want to be one of white power's bootlicks. You got to make it clear that you'll be a good boy and you're not going to challenge the status quo. You won't do anything to protect yourself from their inevitable attack that is going to predictably come at you. And in that respect, these entertainers and athletes, they put themselves in prison. Black people know the game by now. As long as it's gone on, we should. But as the black media has long told you, these black celebrities don't value their freedom or even their money above all else. Validation from white society, that's what's at the top of their list of priorities. That's more important to them than their money, than their freedom, or their very survival. And it's certainly more important to them than the well-being of the black community at large. All those fake pats on the head that they get and the stupid parties that they're allowed to come to and the gutter sex that they have with their interracial sexual access, that's what they value. So, of course, black celebrities are not going to do anything to stop themselves from being targeted. Since when does a clown stop a circus?
I can see it.
Now that the Diddy saga is over, at least for the time being, you know there's going to be a number of civil suits and some aspiring DAs who are going to give him the Cosby treatment and run on a promise to put him away. The question will be, who is the next celebrity to be prosecuted for some kind of unsanctioned hanky-panky? Well, in a just world, Jared Leto would have already been indicted. He should have already been dragged into court in leg irons, put behind bars until we'll let you out if you can get yourself acquitted. This guy apparently went to the Ezra Miller School of Dating. The similarities between these two weirdos is astonishing. Ezra Miller ran off with a girl whose father accused him of having groomed her since she was age 12. The father in this case withdrew his complaint, and the girl is now running around with Miller's so-called music band. Speaking of which, Jared Leto also has a music band too. Among the allegations, Leto's accused of asking sexual questions to a 16-year-old girl, walking out of a room naked in front of a 17-year-old and exposing himself. And there's another woman who claims that she was underage when she began texting Leto, so she reached out to him is what that means. That's what Jared Leto's lawyer says, and the white media's had no problem signal boosting that particular message. This young woman claims that Jared Leto would ask her uncomfortable questions during visits to his home. So she went to his house too. And that during one visit when she was 18, he suddenly pulled his junk out and started playing with it. One woman said that she was definitely not the youngest person there while attending one of Leto's parties at his home in the 2000s when she was 18. She also alleged that the focus of the party appeared to be getting girls to skinny dip. Now, I'm wondering why it is that we haven't been seeing these young ladies and why it is the white media hasn't been putting together some sort of collage showing us all of their faces.
Right.
The white media is doing their best to give Jared Leto a pass. No attempts to gather as many accusers together for a photo op as possible. No attempts to do a comparison between him and R. Kelly or even between him and Ezra Miller. I guess nobody wants to reopen that can of worms, huh? Nobody's trying to tee either of these high-profile white figures up to be prosecuted. Oh, these guys, they happen to be music figures too, just like R. Kelly and P. Diddy. But we don't want the music to stop, now do we? Nobody wants their careers to end. And nobody in the white media is making a crusade out of mentioning them every 5 seconds, or the accusations against them. Yeah, Bill Maher's not doing what he did with Bill Cosby or R. Kelly or anyone else, making it a point to shoehorn them into every one of his insipid little monologues, or at least to make sure that he mentions them a couple of times per show, just to make sure that people don't forget, we need to put these niggers behind bars. They always do it with black people. But in this case, that's not what they're doing with Jared Leto at all. Just like they didn't do it with Ezra Miller, is being treated as a freak show. Maybe somebody will follow up on it, but the white media won't. No steady drumbeat here, no interviews with their accusers. Now, obviously, Diddy's own problems are not over, and I'm not just talking about the white authorities' attempts to trash high-profile black men. Diddy is still facing some civil suits. The outcome of this trial takes a lot of wind out of those particular sails, but it's not going to stop it. This should serve as a lesson to all these black celebrities, especially the black male ones, though of course they'll learn nothing from it. They're only one bitter ex-girlfriend away from being the next R. Kelly or Bill Cosby. If you have a female groupie who's gained a few pounds and lost her looks, or some so-called assistant who figures that it's time to cash you out because their careers are not going to go anywhere, this is what awaits. Now, there is something that I do need to note, and this is just a matter of intellectual honesty here. R. Kelly was undoubtedly a creep, but let's stop lying. These girls, they know exactly what it is that they were doing when they were throwing themselves at him, just like with Jared Leto. Hey, I'm underage, and people have been saying for the longest time that children and adults are not supposed to have any sort of communication with each other, not personal anyway. But you know what? I'm going to reach out to this grown freaking man who's old enough to be my father, if not grandfather, and I'm going to see if I can get this guy to text me back. And I'm going to go to parties at his home, too, with a bunch of other underage girls, and we're going to see about going skinny dipping and such. This is not just something that happened with Jared Leto. You see it at these concerts and sporting events. There's all kinds of females there who will do literally anything to get these men's attention. And that includes sneaking off without their parents' permission, pulling some spy stuff in order to get close to these guys. Aaliyah was like 15 years old or so when she started seeing R. Kelly, and it was no secret. We can all agree that it's wrong for these grown freaking men to be messing with underage girls, and I agree. My problem happens to be, why is it that we're not telling these parents, you need to be keeping an eye on these girls, and not telling these girls, hey, you may not be adults, but you're not babies either. You know the difference between right and wrong, and you know exactly what it is that you're doing. This is the inevitable result of the pornification of the culture. Yes, you got a lot of creeps out there, but the truth of the matter is they also have a bunch of willing, quote unquote, victims to go after too. And that's part of the story that needs to be told. The argument that the prosecutors used wasn't that this was merely a grown man messing with some underage people. Their entire case was that R. Kelly and P. Diddy and others were forcing themselves on these girls and making them do things, etc., etc. And that's not true at all. They didn't have to force them to do anything. These girls and women did whatever they could to get in front of these men and whatever they could to stay in front of them because that was their plan. You got these high-profile rich dudes, and let's see if there's any money that might actually fall into somebody else's pockets. There was no coercion necessary. Nobody was prevented from leaving. They chose to stay. And while in some cases there was abuse, the reality is these people knew exactly what they were in for. This has always been the case. And none of them left immediately afterwards. None of them were saying, oh, I got to get the heck out of here. This is part of that dysfunction that goes along with these high-profile celebrities, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And yeah, there's going to be some physical abuse, but understand something. These groupies and thoughts and these road rats, they already understand exactly what it is that they're getting themselves in for. And a lot of them, as far as they're concerned, it gets them bragging rights. Now, that doesn't mean that what R. Kelly was doing was right. But then again, as far as I'm concerned, if people only were concerned about R. Kelly after the Me Too movement, that means they weren't concerned about him at all. His predations on younger people was always well known. It wasn't a secret. So if we're going to be putting R. Kelly and others behind bars for the remainder of their days, that's fine. Just so long as we're also holding these parents of these underage girls accountable for the behavior they let their children grow into, and also a lot of these women who are clearly trying to find a way to put their hand in somebody else's pockets. Everybody's dirty in this case. There really is nobody to root for here. And to me, that's the saddest part about all of this. You got individuals who are dirty as hell with their raunchy lyrics and whatever stage shows that they're doing. And unfortunately, for a certain type of female at least, that happens to be catnip for them. Youth culture has always had its issues, mainly because you're dealing with young people. They don't think past the end of their nose. A lot of them think they know everything when they don't, and they don't really take full stock of the consequences of their actions. We have to be honest about the fact that youth culture has actually gotten worse over the course of the last 30 or so years. And that's because parenting has also gradually gotten worse and worse over the course of the last 30 years. Nobody wants to take responsibility for what their kids are doing. Everybody, as far as they're concerned, I'm so overwhelmed. I'm just so overworked. And yet you chose to have children. And we all know that's the main reason why you got all of these parents who claim that they're just so liberal and that they're just so liberated with their kids and that they're so easygoing. No, it ain't easygoing. It's laziness. They don't want to have to put in the work of making sure that their child is disciplined, keeping an eye on them, and also making sure that their kid stays on the right path. That takes a lot of work. And a lot of these parents, as far as they're concerned, they want to be armchair parents. They want to raise their kids from the Barca Lounger while watching reruns of The Real Housewives of Who Gives a Damn. And meanwhile, they let the kids run the streets like a bunch of alley cats. That's the reason why these parents are so opposed to the kids taking any responsibility for their behavior, because ultimately the parents are trying to ward off responsibility for their own. They allow pop culture or whatever's trending to raise their children. And this is the result. The kids decide that they're going to emulate what they see, mainly because their parents have not educated them that A, the stuff you see on that screen is entertainment, and two, that's not the kind of entertainment that you want to emulate. There's a ton of directionless kids out there because that's how the culture has gone. And having totally failed to instill any sort of values or virtues in the children, having failed to teach these kids the way that they're supposed to go, as a result, the kids sit there and do the one thing that they know how to do because, truth be told, that's all they know. And nobody ever told them that that's not okay. And as a result, almost the moment that these kids hit puberty, they're looking and going, ooh, this guy's right up my alley. This appeals to me because I think I can wiggle my bony behind in front of him and he won't know any better. And it'll be some good, dirty fun. And I can brag to my gal pals. Well, for the celebrities who choose to go along with that kind of thing, I have no love in my heart for any of them because they've never done anything for anyone but themselves. My problem is that they're being used as proxies for black men in general, and that being the case, we got to speak on that. And if anyone thinks that these prosecutors are going to be toning down their witch hunt for the next black man's head to put on their trophy wall, don't dream. If it wasn't Michael Jackson, it would be R. Kelly. If it wasn't R. Kelly, it would be Jussie Smollett. If it wasn't Jussie Smollett, it would be Jonathan Majors. If it wasn't Jonathan Majors, it would be somebody else. When it comes to these kind of cases, it's not about guilt or innocence. This happens to be a racial narrative writ large that's being perpetuated and promoted in the white media. That's what this is really about. Make sure that everybody understands whatever's going on. If it's a black man involved, it's the worst of the worst. So no, as far as I'm concerned, there's going to be more charges against some black figure or another because there always is. Cosby's conviction was overturned. And now Diddy managed to beat the most serious charges against him. The judge could still try to give him the harshest sentence, which would be 20 years, but that's highly unlikely. What is likely, however, is you're going to have some lawmakers somewhere who are going to be saying we need some new laws, and some prosecutors who are going to be saying, well, we got to find a way to come back from this L. We took some L's with this one, so we got to find a way to make up for that. Let's go ahead and find the biggest, blackest target that we can and light them up. But that's something that these black celebrities, especially the black male ones, they're just never going to get through their heads. As far as they're concerned, money is used for them to show off for their music videos or for their pals or for some photo op with some white media publication. It's real simple. You can either spend some money making sure that you get some people in positions who are actually there to insulate you and make sure that they understand that they're not supposed to be coming after you, or you can go ahead and spend all of that money on lawyers trying to keep yourself out of prison, which may or most likely may not work. And while for a number of them, if not a majority, they'll turn out like, say, Michael Jackson and Jonathan Majors, where ultimately they don't wind up doing any time, the reality is for a number of them, they will, however, wind up like R. Kelly. And when that happens, no matter how many hit albums you've had, that's going to be show over. Good evening and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Gwendolyn Langston, John Harvin, Mark Anderson, William Ross, and Dia Williams. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
A black woman.
All right, Lady Che, what's your thoughts on this? Your Diddy child.
I knew it wasn't gonna be able to hold up. I said that from the beginning. The judge could have released him. He's not a danger. Who's he a danger to? You know what I mean? Keeping him in there is basically the setup for him not getting in, for him to serve time. But those little charges, those charges for a first timer, they should treat him like any other John. Slap on the wrist, pay your fine, and get on. And if anything, he would get time served for those charges. But because he is who he is, they're gonna try to hit him with a couple of years. He can still, if they're right, work out some sort of parlay to like ankle monitor, whatever, probation. You know, ultimately, they wanted to hit him with some big shit. They could have did it. They couldn't make the Rico stick. They couldn't make any of that other shit stick. And if anything, we just made him. They just wanted to shame him, and all that other shit. So, I think like what TBA was saying about that, about Diddy. The other thing is, as far as everybody else is concerned, I don't know. I find it real suspect that all these people are waiting like 5-10 years to hit him with a lawsuit, hit anybody with a lawsuit. And the fact that they stayed in ugly situations just shows that they're only there for a bag.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a setup. Like, you know, the shit with Smokey Robinson. The other housekeepers, allegedly, and the Hispanic ones. But the first time he disrespects you, or let's just say the third time, or after the third time, you should be out then, right?
Right.
But you're going to wait 10 years.
Yeah, sounds like a money grab.
It's really about money. You know, if they wanted to really hurt him, they would have hurt him on all the other shit, drugs, guns, fucking. And if they couldn't prove it, you know, the whole time the case was going, they never said anything really about him being gay.
No, they didn't.
You hear me? Or him doing gay shit. Which is what everybody accuses them of.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all I can say.
Okay, so moving along, we got Black Arthur's cruise vacation turns into racist nightmare. Ooh. One of them cruises, Black family. Alright, so this sister is from the UK, but people are originally from like somewhere in Alcatraz, in Africa, so she's not FBA, but yet nonetheless she's still Black Arthur. And her cruise vacation turns into racist nightmare. So Dr. Rashad Rashay is going to give us an update on that. Rickey Rashad Rashay.
A black woman details an incident with a racist couple on a cruise ship. I could not imagine anything worse. A cruise ship. Here it is.
I experienced the most racist encounter of my life. Imagine a woman kicking water in your face and laughing at you with her husband. Imagine being accused of exchanging intimate favors for cruise tickets. So we go to the rooftop and we get like a little day bed. My mum takes a picture of me and an older gentleman jumps in front of the picture. 5 minutes after that, I noticed him and his partner. They sat in their day bed like opposite us. She goes off to do something. He said, "Oh, can I ask you a question?" I said, "Oh yeah, sure, go ahead." And he says, "How did you get in here?" I said, "Excuse me." He said, "How are you in here?" I said, "How am I in where?" He said, "Here." And I said, I used my card and I got in. I have a Richard's Rooftop card. So I then asked, "How are you in here?" He says, "Oh, I have a black band. I have a band." I said, "Oh, okay, cool." I sit down and a member of staff comes up to me and he says to me, "Oh, I just want to let you know that one of the other people on the cruise has complained about you." And I said, "Complain about me? Why?" And he said, "Oh, they said that you were taking pictures of them and you made them feel uncomfortable." I was like, "What?"
What? Go on.
The gentleman and his partner had realized, oh, they're still here. They saw the staff member speak to me, and then the staff member like smiled, joked with me. I even got drinks, and I think they put two and two together, and they were like, we complained about them, and they didn't get kicked out of this area. Like, what's going on? I then see the gentleman stand up and go to the bar, and something in my spirit said, Tony, go to the bar too. Go and grab another drink. I wasn't even thirsty. I just wanted to go to the bar because I just felt in my spirit that he was going to complain about me again. And then I hear him shouting, I don't care. I don't care. Get them out. I don't want them here. Get them out of here. And then the staff member who'd been so nice to me had said to this guy, like, look, I can't just, they're allowed to be here. I can't just kick them out. And he says, these are your rules. These are your rules. They don't have a black band. They shouldn't be in here. And he's like, they have a card. They can be in here. He was shouting at the staff, asking them why the hell they hadn't kicked me and my mom out, that he does not want us here.
And then when that didn't work, this happened.
After 5 to 10 minutes of them being in the hot tub, I get into the hot tub. I'm just there. I don't say anything. I just sit in the hot tub. I have my drink in my hand. And do you know what happens? The woman kicks water into my face. She's laid in the hot tub and she intentionally kicks her feet to splash water into my face. And at that point, I knew exactly what they were doing. They were trying to intentionally push me and antagonize me in a way that they hoped would garner a reaction from me, an outburst or a reaction that is so significant, it would then justify staff kicking me out. So she splashes this water in my face, and her partner burst into laughter at this water hitting my face. And do you know what I did? I wiped my face and I just looked into his face like nothing had happened. Because there was no way in hell I was going to let you get me to that point.
This woman is brilliant. She is poised, has significant self-respect, understands the value of not allowing another human being who doesn't deserve your time to rent your space. When the couple engaged further, they got, let's say, personal.
They realized this isn't working. So then they decide to be very passive aggressive in the way they're communicating. They're talking about how I don't belong there. And then the husband says, or I don't even think they're married. The man says, oh, honey, this is the life. And we didn't even need big fake eyelashes to be here. I turn to him and I say, do you have a problem with me being here? He says, yeah, I do. I do have an issue. You don't belong here. And I'm like, excuse me? And he said, we paid to be here. We didn't just get given it for free. We paid to be here. I don't want you here. Then the woman kind of like scoffs. And I'm like, just so confused, right? And then she turns to me. The woman turns to me. She's like, oh, we didn't have to anyone to be here. Basically, she implied that I swapped intimate favors for access to Richard's rooftop or access to the cruise. Like, there was no way me, as I assume, a black woman, could be on this cruise or in that area unless I had swapped intimate favors with someone at Virgin. They made a comment. They were talking to each other. They were being very passive aggressive, as in talking about us, but to each other, right? And they made a comment about going on a tour the day prior and how someone wanted to sit them at the back of the bus. And they said, oh, back of the bus, we don't do that here. We don't sit in the back of the bus here.
Wow. Right? Put up the picture for a mass. She's a Black British author. Tony Tone recounted this racist encounter with a white couple on a cruise ship who accused her of trading sexual favors for VIP access and complained about her to staff members. Miss Tony took to TikTok to discuss the incident, which she described as, quote, the most racist encounter, end quote, of her life during a mid-June vacation on a Virgin Voyages cruise ship. She said she and her mother had access to a VIP area on the ship known as Richard's Rooftop, where she first encountered a couple whom she dubbed Chuck and Stephanie from Alberta. That's what she dubbed them. While Miss Tony was taking a photo, the man she called Chuck photobombed her picture, then proceeded to question her about how she was able to access the VIP section. Moments later, a cruise line worker approached Miss Tony to tell her that the couple reported her, alleging that she had taken photos of them without their permission. When the author tells the staff member about the photobombing incident, the employee tells her he knew the complaint was baseless because he witnessed the situation, but wanted to let her know that they complained. She said at that point, the man goes to the bar, finds a staff member, and loudly demands that the staff remove her and her mother from the rooftop area, falsely alleging that they had no authorization to be there. He ultimately fails in his attempts to get the mother and daughter pair removed. The author said she and her mother were the only Black people in the VIP section at the time. Put up that picture again. Just want to make sure we get a good glimpse. Now, while she was on this trip with her mother, we'll keep that picture up. Based on information, she is not married, but she is engaged. She became engaged in June to a Nigerian boyfriend. He goes by Teje. They're in a long-distance relationship. Yeah, check. So at one point, here we go. Miss Tony also got into the hot tub where the couple was. And the woman intentionally splashed water to her face. Now, that's basically assault. It's unwanted physical contact by way of transference. It's like, throwing something at somebody and hitting them. It's unwanted. It can be simple battery. At that point, the staff, in my opinion, should have removed them for battery. But that did not happen. The couple then proceeded to insult this woman. Alleged she got into the section free for exchanging sexual favors with a Virgin employee. As she relayed what happened, she applauded Virgin Voyages staff for how they handled the situation. And Virgin Voyages, you may want to give that staff a raise. They have saved your ass here. Okay? So she applauded them for how they handled the situation, stating they defended her and her mother's right to be in the VIP section when the couple complained, and also gave them special VIP wristbands so they would not face any more harassment, gave them special VIP access. Shout out to Virgin staff because the way they dealt with that situation was great, she said. Quote, the staff were absolutely amazing, but these two people, some of the most vile and immature human beings I've ever had, the dishonor of coming across in my life. Thank you, madam, for providing that information, that insight, and the courage it took to tell that story and to allow your life to give access to opportunities for growth. So while leadership is always at play when you do things like this, it's not easy. You also give opportunity for people like that couple to grow and individuals who act like them. Okay, Jackson, thoughts?
When you're trying to feel like you're rich, but the Black people's blocking the way. So now you feel like you're just a regular ass citizen like everybody else. Like, I remember back in the day when they didn't let your kind do anything. Back when women made sandwiches and shut up and colored people were just out of sight, out of mind. Woo! MAGA 2024, you already know what they all about. You feel me? Like, that's basically what was going on. They went their whole lives, being broke like everybody else. And now they on a cruise. They finally got their cruise ship tickets. And then it's just all these brown and Black people in the way. Just, I just want to feel like I'm on top with Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and, all them people. But as you pointed out earlier, you know what I'm saying? You still broke. Just you white, but you still ain't got no money, so nobody cares. So welcome to the rest of the world, you know what I'm saying? And you know, you really got to be down bad to have to do some sexual favors to get a ticket for a cruise ship. Like that ain't even no crazy type of luxury. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm on Dubai, the top floor in a penthouse. You might have to do some sexual favors for that. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it's regular people going on cruise ships these days. So they stepped out of the wrong time capsule and they just couldn't deal with the future.
Yeah, and Jackson, dear brother, I got to say, man, that red state accent that you're able to pull into deep down into your white roots, brother.
Oh, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Hey, if you didn't know, I'm related to the younger brothers. I'm related to some straight up gay. Look that up. Look up Cole Younger if you don't know nothing about that.
Now anybody can go on it, and they go all over the place. I wanted to go on one time. You're gonna run into racism anywhere and everywhere, including the ocean.
Right.
You know what I mean? Luckily, well, I mean, I can see how like British people, they don't really come out their skin and get animated. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They're more poised. But you know, it wouldn't have went like that if it was an FBA person.
Right.
And not even a little bit. You know, so we're more likely to fucking have them pull the boat over on the next land and throw us out.
Yeah.
So you know, it's just like that. But the fact that they were fucking with her, yeah, that made a lot. That makes sense because they act like they own everything. They act like they can't. The black people are nowhere to be found, and when they see them, they gotta make them feel uncomfortable. And yeah, it's good that I think that the cruise ship giving them all the extra bonuses and whatever, passes and whatnot after the incident was just to pacify and kind of like peacemaking, clean it all up. Because if she really wanted to, she could make a more of a scene, more of a ruckus civilly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Most people were doing the worst. So yeah. So that's about all I have to say. Like, you're gonna run into racism wherever you are,
On the planet.
and she shouldn't be shocked that this is the kind of thing that happens. I mean, racism is everywhere.
Yeah, it is.
So why she's shocked is like beyond me. But
Because she's off cold and
I'm saying is it it's bound to happen one way or the other. Racism doesn't stop because of the fucking ocean. You know?
yeah. But they're talking about it's so ghetto on the cruises now because we've been allowed in.
Yeah, they say that, but that doesn't stop them from taking our money though.
Mm-hmm. Says real ratchet now.
Yeah, that doesn't stop them from taking our money though.
Right.
And it depends on who's saying it, you know?
Yeah. The conservatives are saying it's real ratchet now.
They think everything's ratchet.
Mm. All right, so moving along to Essence Fest. Essence Fest, which was the FBA festival that went on for decades, is now falling off. Say it ain't so. Not the Essence Fest. Not down in the bayou, down in New Orleans. The NO, no. So Uncle Phil gonna give us an update on that, and then I got a follow-up video from Tariq. So don't blame FBAs for division, you damn tethers. Blame those who disrespected our culture at Essence Fest.
A lot of people People are speaking about the Essence Fest, and the Essence Fest is not what it used to be. The Essence Fest used to be a cultural, event for the Black community every year. And ever since the ownership has changed, many people in New Orleans have reported that the cultural, spirit that's there and what we normally would do at Essence Fest has been going down every single year. And you look at 2025 and it's really, really noticeable. And because FBAs have been speaking about this, there are people from the diaspora that live in America that really don't like it, because we knew Richard Lou Dennis. He's a Liberian American. He owns Essence. And Caroline Wanga, she is a Kenyan American, is the CEO. So a magazine that started off with 4 brothers now is not owned by no FBA. FBA's in running it. And a lot of people having a problem with that. Let's go ahead and check out what this particular sister has to say, because we have to respond to this, because she just don't understand, or maybe can't comprehend about us protecting our culture.
This is why Black people will remain in the trenches. And when I say Black, I mean African Americans, Africans, Caribbean, Blackness as a whole. This is why we'll remain in the trenches, because we have so much division in us. It is ridiculous. I've been seeing a lot of videos talking about Essence Festival and how people and how African Americans are boycotting it, and how it's flopping because it's now owned by Africans, because there is no African American, there's not enough African American representation. And the way they're talking about African, how condescending they talk about African, or how Africans are the artists, how African artists are invited, how African. We are never getting out of the trenches. You see our people from the Caucasus Mountain, they will continue to do better than us, because we are very unserious. Us as a race, as a nation, as an ethnicity, we are very unwell. There's something, they did a number on our head that we would rather crumble individually than unite and do something marvelous. No, there's always a division. Oh, these people are Caribbean. Oh, these people are African Americans. Oh, these people are African. Meanwhile, you're looking at the same shade of black. But now when it comes to white folks, you can hear, oh, this person is Russian. Oh, this person is from UK. Oh, no, this person is from Ukraine. No, we don't hear that shit when it comes to white folks. But when it comes to Black people, we have different shades of black. And so divided, it is nauseating. We are unserious people. No, we're not serious. We will remain mentally enslaved till the end of time.
Well, the last little bit you kept saying we don't speak French, we speak English, so that we part has nothing to do with us. Right. But see, here's the thing, sis. Let me just give you just a little bit of education here. Essence Fest has never been a Pan-African event, okay?
No.
If Essence Fest was a Pan-African event, then this would be a legitimate conversation that you're having. Essence Fest and Essence Magazine was the highlight of the Black American community. Right. Highlighted Black American actors, actresses, civil rights leaders, sports, highlighted people in fashion. It was more so focused on Black Americans. Not to say that they didn't feature a brother or sister from the motherland, not to say that, or a brother or sister from the Caribbean, but it was more so focused on Black American culture. Right. And what the issue that Black Americans are having is that Richard Lou Dennis, he is literally trying to Pan-Africanize something that's culturally Black American. And that's what the rejection is coming from. You can't have Jollof versus jambalaya. That will be fine if there was a Pan-African event. Yeah, bring out the jambalaya, bring out the dirty rice, bring out the Jollof, bring it all out. Hey, let's go ahead and try it all. Listen, if I'm at a Pan-African event, I want to see every food there, right? Yeah. I want to see the curry goat. Yeah. I want to see the jollof. I want to see the dirty rice. Yeah. You understand? I want to see the fufu and the goosey, and bring it all to the Pan-African event. I expect that. Listen, I'm going to Canada next month to the Pan-African Film Festival. Yeah. I want to see all the food there. But if something is like Essence Fest and it's saying Black American or Black American culture FBA, then you can't get mad at it. Listen, every year Frankie Beverly and Maze will go to the Essence Fest. The only reason they're not doing it because, you know, Frankie Beverly, you know, went on. But inviting acts like Erykah Badu and all that, it wasn't the Afrobeats festival.
Right.
It wasn't that. So if you say, oh, they don't want Africans there, it's not that. It's no different than if I would go to West Africa and it's Diddy December or whatever the case may be. And it's a Pan-African, it's not even Pan-African, it's just y'all in West Africa, y'all music, what y'all do. And then we come over there and just take it over when it's normally an event that's for y'all. Listen, when we go to events in Africa or the Caribbean, we're not trying to take it over. Right. If anything, y'all invite us to perform our music, but we don't try to go there and take over your stuff. And that's where the disrespect comes from. Is that it's not, and I'm not saying her because she has nothing to do with it, but the fact is, not only the bringing in the Afro beats and all the different things they're bringing in, but they sit here and done dirty the vendors. For instance, they had a black business that was doing an event around the same time. They filed a lawsuit on a black business. A lawsuit. Essence never did that to black businesses. The vendors was not being treated right. Now, when Essence will come to over there, all the black community, all the black vendors will benefit and it'll be a great time. Now, it's not that. And they gonna have to accept that. Listen, Essence, what y'all gonna have to do is change ownership, change CEO, or it's gonna just crash and burn. But at the same time, let me get to another point, because we can complain about Essence Fest and complain. This is the problem when we don't protect our Black American intellectual property. Yeah. If you don't hold on to our intellectual property, or if you want to get out of the business, find another FBA that got the passion, that want it, right? But don't give up our intellectual property, because when you sell, I know a lot of times businesses sell for multiple reasons. Maybe they ain't got so much debt, and hey, this company want to buy it, and they gonna get them from underneath debt, and also put some money in their pocket, right? At the sale. Sometimes people sell because, man, they just want to retire. They done. And they don't have nobody want to take it over. So, hey, this company want to buy us out. Let's go ahead and do it. But let's take a lesson learned from Essence, is that we don't sell our cultural intellectual property. Find somebody in the black community that's passionate about this, right, and sell it to them. Right. That's what we have to do. And if we can't sell it, you shut it down at this point. Right. Because selling it, when you sell it to somebody else, you can't really expect and demand they do it the way we want it done. Now, we can starve them out. We can say, I'm not going to your Essence Fest no more. I'm not even entertaining your magazine. Sure, we can do that. And actually, black folks are kind of doing that now. Yeah. But instead of having to do that, why don't we protect our intellectual property? This is what we also can do. A lot of you great sisters out here who've been to college and all of that, maybe some of you brothers, maybe a husband and wife couple, start something new. Say, you know what? Okay, we lost Essence. Fine. Let's start something new. Let's start a new magazine in the same spirit of Essence, same spirit. Have a festival for that every year, the same spirit. Listen, one thing about us, we can recreate anything. We're not stuck on the same thing as black people. That's the beauty about us, is that we could switch on a dime, just like this. That's what we should do. I'm a firm believer we can complain, but once we complain and say, okay, now here's the action. This is what we're going to do to fix this. So, okay, we start a new magazine now. This is what we're doing. And we're going to grow this magazine to where Essence at. We're going to have a big festival every year. We're going to say, hey, this is a cultural event of the year. Hey, all the black vendors, come on out. We got you. You know, hey, you can come here and make some money. And let's just do this thing all over again, man. We ain't got to cry about Essence. Listen, the fact is, Essence isn't owned by a black American anymore. And as an owner, you can put whoever you want to put as a CEO. See, what we're going to have to do is start showing people more than we tell them. Right. Now, we told you, hey, man, It's cool you own it. Just get an FBA to be the CEO. That way, that FBA know the cultural nuance of our community and know what we're looking for, right? Because if we are your consumer, you have to understand, if Black Americans are your consumer, then you got to keep your consumer happy. Because I guarantee you, the majority of the viewers or readers or whatever of Essence isn't in the Caribbean and isn't in the continent of Africa. Sorry, it's not. You got to take care of your core base. You piss your core base off. Listen, this is horrible for Essence. I'll be honest with you. This PR right now is horrible, ladies and gentlemen. Horrible. If they were smart, they would change things this quick, right? And if I was him, I'd be looking for an FBA to sell it to, because I want to get out from underneath it personally. I was like, look, man, I want to get from underneath it. Maybe I can make some money off of it. Let me go ahead on and find an FBA and put it out there. Hey, I want to sell it to a Black American. And I want you to take this magazine and make it what it originally was. You know what I'm saying? Once again, I don't have a problem with the Richard Lou Dennis being the owner of it, but I have a problem with what he did with the direction. And the direction has been making everything go down. You feel me? But either he gonna fix it or just start something new. I'm not for listen. One thing I'm about solutions. I'm not about complaining all day. Oh, this, all that. Listen, we are Black Americans. We built this nation, so we can build a nation. We can build another magazine. A magazine is light work. Don't y'all think? It's light work. We got enough talented brothers. We got enough talented sisters right here in America to do something even greater than Essence magazine. Do something greater. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all remember Jet magazine back in the day. Yeah. I know y'all used to look at Jet, at least in my age group, right? Bring elements of Jet. You remember the Jet Beauty of the Week and all of that back in the day? Hey, start a new magazine, bring that back, bring what Essence is, combine Jet and Essence together in one magazine. You feel me? Do it. And we'll make it pop. Make it like for the culture. And it will pop. I promise you that. So yeah, Essence did what it did, but we are Black Americans. We are innovators. We create on a dime, just like this. We create new words. We create new style. We create everything we create. It everybody looks up to it anyway, right? So let's create something new, and I ain't be tripping by Essence like that.
Okay, Phil. No, let's hear what Tariq got to say on the matter. What's your thoughts on what Uncle Phil just laid out for us?
Me?
Yeah.
Essence Fest hasn't been Essence Fest in a long time. There's always a problem with Essence Fest. And now that we're making our demands about lineage, it's going to be worse, because we're going to start seeing more 10-acre situations on motherfuckers that are not from the soil, and it's just going to irritate us. So this is one of those things that are preparing to irritate us. Just that.
All right, let's see what Tariq has to say on the matter.
For Essence right now, but gets my
the essence of our being, the togetherness, the oneness, the community, the society that we're from, and we should always celebrate that. So yes, whatever it is, if you're African, go back to Africa and connect to your source. Thank you.
Why you were Nigerian? I just didn't know. Really? I don't know. Yeah. I'm Southern. By way of Georgia. This, a thong.
I'm not sure who's over Essence right now, but get somebody else to do it. Give it back to whoever used to have it. 2025 at the convention center was garbage. A lot of space, very few vendors. And I've been going to Essence a long time. I've never seen it like this. Used to be one of the best places to go to support small Black businesses. That was not the case this year. I definitely hope it gets better, because this was not it at all.
Hey, we in the building. Oh, we in the building. We in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. Much respect, everybody. We're doing the tap in. Glad to have you guys tuning in. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can give me a retweet while folks are coming in the room, that would be absolutely phenomenal. Hope you guys had a great week so far. I hope you have been positive and constructive. And I hope you've gotten a lot of things accomplished, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to chop it up heavy like we always do. And before we get started, let me shout out some of the regulars in here. I see a lot of people coming in the room early. We got Jalon. We got Ice Cole, Annex, Michael. What's your name? Katie. That's Katie. Ty Powell. We got the real Tamara. We got Laura. We got Sir Mike. The Black Receipt. Grinds TV. Jones, Hoodoo, Media Rights. Stephanie, Rashonda, Cyber Regina. The legendary Red Joker, Black Alpha, Brother Wayne, Gretzky's sister from Detroit, Queen Mother Empress. We have Mr. Kurt. We have the Tethernator in the building. Respect to the law. Man, a lot of stuff we're going to hit on, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of stuff we're going to hit on. Family, you know, a lot of people are talking about the Essence Fest. People are talking a lot about the Essence Fest and how attendance this year was noticeably down. The attendance for the Essence Fest in New Orleans wasn't popping like it usually is. And it was down all across the board. A lot of people are saying that the Essence Fest fell off hard this year. People are saying that the vendors were kind of pulling out. The attendance was way lower. I'm seeing some of the hotels. The percentage was down about hotel bookings. It was a sister. I saw her make a video saying how the city, usually with the Essence Fest, is kind of packed in the city. It wasn't like that this time. So it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Now, why are people saying that Essence fell off? Well, I put up a picture earlier. It was somebody with some food. They had a plate talking about they're having a jambalaya versus jollof contest at Essence. Oh, goodness. Well, that's part of the problem. I saw another video, some African lady there. She was up there talking about, what was she saying? Everybody, if you're African, we all need to go to Africa. And man, listen. Right now, there is a major delineation movement. People think this thing is a game. Family, the delineation movement is very real right now. And we got to unpack why Essence ain't really doing the numbers it's supposed to be doing. Well, number one, we know that Essence now is ran by a lot of non-FBAs. The woman who's the editor-in-chief now, she's Kenyan. So again, Essence has been kind of declining for a minute. They get a lot of these non-FBAs up here, and then they try to do these Pan-African themed vibes, and it's not clicking like that because a lot of people feel that it's cultural erasure. Listen, Essence, that was created to celebrate the foundational Black American experience, not really a Pan-African thing. You know, the Essence Festival was really originally a celebration to celebrate foundational Black American womanhood, music, resilience, cultural excellence. And now they've been really hard-bodied trying to shift the narrative into a generalized African or a Pan-Caribbean theme. And that just, to be honest, it dilutes the core identity and it alienates the original base. Let's be real, man. Foundational Black American audiences, we don't really relate to these foreign-centered messagings. We just don't. That's why y'all notice some of these TV shows that they put out, we don't really rock with them. Why? They get a bunch of non-FBAs to play roles where they're acting like FBAs and it just don't hit different. I mean, it don't hit the same. It don't hit the same. Y'all remember they did that Fresh Prince of Bel-Air I've never seen it. I just never had a desire to see it. It's a bunch of non-FBAs in there. You're just not feeling it. Look, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, the original one, it was the Will Smith show. Foundation of Black American. You tuned in to see Will Smith. This reboot thing, I don't know what that is. That's not, no. And remember they tried to do a cartoon about good times, and that was tethered up, and that they immediately took that off the air. That thing was horrible. So we just don't we don't relate to that messaging. That a lot of these folks, man, they try to cosplay as us, and you don't have the same wit, the same charm. There's a certain vibe that we have that we can kind of relate to. I'm not saying that there are no talented people. Let me be fair. Let me be very fair. There's foreign, non-FBA, African and Caribbean actors and entertainers that I like. Idris Elba, I love Idris Elba as an actor. I think he's a great guy. I think he's a great actor. I loved him in The Wire. I like Idris Elba. There's other people that I like. I give credit where credit is due. I give credit where credit is due. I like Zoe Saldana. I think she's a great actress. I think she's a phenomenal actress. You know, I just when she jumped up there winning that Academy Award, and all of a sudden she turned into goddamn Rosie Perez. She became super Latina. I kind of side-eyed that, you know, but I think she's a good actress. But boy, when she won that award after playing FBAs all her career, adios míos, I am a Latina. I like Goya powder. Okay. Well, she turned into damn Jennifer Lopez on stage. Okay, all right. Okay. But like I said, man, look. When the Essence branding is just getting too foreign, it comes off as inauthentic and performative. It's not celebratory. It looks funny style. And also in New Orleans, listen, it's not an inclusive thing. People are now looking at this whole Africanizing and Caribbeanizing of the culture, not as some type of global come together kumbaya aesthetic. It's looking like a covert takeover and a covert erasure. Y'all remember when Essence, I put up this video that Essence did not too long ago talking about New Orleans. I think they were trying to promote the Essence Fest. And they were talking about New Orleans is the north part of the Caribbean. And I said, nah. See, they're really trying to push that BS. Not only is that offensive to foundational Black Americans in general, that's offensive to the brothers and sisters of New Orleans. They don't like that. And they have said very loudly they don't like that. They're like, we ain't no damn Caribbean. They're not. And they should not be disrespected as such. The Caribbean don't have the same vibe. And no disrespect to the Caribbean, you got your own thing, but you ain't New Orleans. New Orleans is New Orleans. You can't cosplay a whole city. What the hell we're trying to do? That's disrespectful to the brothers and sisters of New Orleans. Don't put them in the Caribbean category. Look, no disrespect to the Caribbean. I've been to some of these Caribbean spots. They don't have that same FBA charm and wit and warmth and hospitality as our New Orleans brothers and sisters. There's a reason. I tell you, I'm in New Orleans all the time. That there's a vibe down there that folks just don't have. I mean, damn sure not the Caribbean. And no disrespect. There's some places in the Caribbean that's cool. There's some places that are kind of funny style, like the Virgin Islands. I ain't never going back there. I hated the Virgin Islands. They were so stank. Well, they had such a crappy attitude, and just it was like a low-key resentment of FBAs there. I really didn't like the Virgin Islands. You know? So yeah, places like you can't compare yourself to no New Orleans. You see. See, New Orleans has deep FBA roots. They're not Caribbean. Yeah. You're being tone deaf when you try to do that. New Orleans is a foundational Black American stronghold. You know, their lineage goes back deep. Their lineage goes back to the damn Black Indians. All right. That's why they celebrate those Black Mardi Gras Indians during Mardi Gras. There's a reason why they do that. Yeah. Man. And a lot of the vendors, they weren't rocking with it. A lot of people in our culture, we don't need to be filtered through foreign lenses. We don't need validation through, foreign garments and Afrobeat remixes and imported ideologies. A lot of FBAs feel like their style, their speech, and their struggle is really being exploited, for a more marketable part of Blackness, which isn't that marketable at all. And a lot of people felt like Essence is losing that family reunion vibe. That's a Black experience thing. From HBCUs to church culture to the civil rights legacy. That family reunion vibe, people felt like it wasn't there. Now they say it feels like a diasporic networking expo. A lot of people kept saying that it just didn't have the same soul. Yeah, it didn't have the same soul. People were saying it felt like a multi-level marketing scam meeting up there or something. It just didn't feel right. It is not hidden. You know what I'm saying? It ain't hidden like it used to. You see, when we think of Essence, man, back in the day, we thought of Frankie Beverly. Frankie Beverly would perform down there all the time, and that was a vibe. And not so much now. So we got to understand that there's a different energy right now. And let me tell you something. People better read the room. There's a delineation movement right now. People are centering our foundational Black American heritage. We're holding that up high. We're not running away from that. We ain't trying to throw that to the side for some one-sided Pan-Africanism. No, we're giving props and praise to our lineage. That's the new vibe, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let me get some calls from the family. Y'all raise your hand. We do have a lot of folks in here. Let's get on Wakil Lorenzo. Hop on in. What's up, Nikki the God? I see you down there. Wakil, what's up, Wakil? Wakil, unmute your microphone, brother.
Oh, okay. Pardon, so what's going on?
I'm good, man.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. What's going on? What's on your mind?
Hey, so I wanted to say that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad kind of predicted the advent of FBA.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in a lot of his writings, he was giving props, but not only that, just wanting Black Americans and putting Black Americans on a pedestal, and saying that the Black man was God, but the Black people in America would free all the Black people in the world. So yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, he absolutely was. Thank you so much. Yeah, you know what? What's interesting? People always try to talk about Malcolm X, especially the tethers that try to bring up Malcolm X. Well, do you think Malcolm would like all this FBA shit, nigga? Do you think he would like you to call us Mosti? And they like to do all that stuff. But listen, Malcolm's teacher, Elijah Muhammad was very pro-FBA, just like this brother called and said. Elijah Muhammad was big time pro-FBA. Elijah Muhammad was not a Pan-Africanist. In fact, Elijah Muhammad was kind of warning foundational Black Americans about marrying and getting with foreign Black people. Did y'all know that? Y'all go look at some of the writings of Elijah Muhammad. He was low-key kind of warning people, especially people within the Nation of Islam, telling them, hey, kind of be cautious if you're going to, you're trying to marry some Africans and this, that. He was warning people. Y'all go really study Elijah Muhammad. He was not a Pan-Africanist at all. Eh? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he understood how unique our lineage was here. He understood what we meant here as foundational Black Americans. He knew that. And then when people talk about Malcolm and even other civil rights leaders, they talk about, Malcolm, he was reaching out to Africa, and Malcolm was doing this, and Malcolm would not like you niggas. Listen, let me tell you about Malcolm. Malcolm died before a lot of the tethers came over here. Let's just get that shit straight. All right? Malcolm was killed before a lot of y'all undermining musty tethers start coming over here with that bullshit. All right? Y'all weren't over here yet. All right? Y'all want to get real? The bushmeat barristers and all them and the Migrant gangs, y'all weren't over here yet. All right, so Malcolm didn't get to experience y'all assholes like we do, and he wouldn't like it. Because listen, Malcolm was all about global unity. It was based on mutual respect. Malcolm believed that if there was a global solidarity with Black people rooted in mutual respect, everybody would benefit. So he wanted alliances with African nations, going against the colonialism that was going on at the time. You see? So he wasn't with no disrespect or no displacement, none of that stuff. He wasn't gonna sit up here and die for people to come over here and exploit his legacy. Because remember that mass influx of immigrants came over after he, like literally right after he died. Malcolm died in 1965, and that Immigration Act bill was passed in 1965. That increased non-European immigration over here. So Malcolm wasn't dealing with today's Candace Owens and the Migrant gangs and the bushmeat bear. He wasn't dealing with that. Malcolm was not dealing with that at all, and he would not like it. He would call it out, and people like Khalid Muhammad called it out. Oh, you better look at the teachings of Khalid Muhammad. He called that shit all the way out. Even when we go over to visit Africa, he called out. He was like, "Yeah, we went to Nigeria and they acted real funny style. We over there all happy and they acting real strange to us. Yeah, you better cut that out." So yeah, they were calling that out. Many people in the Nation of Islam was calling out that weird behavior. Yeah. And listen, Malcolm X was rooted in the FBA experience. Mm-hmm. And his support for Africa was about empowerment, not replacement. Yeah. So Malcolm wasn't dealing with these tethers now where back in the what days? I would say 10 years ago. Remember when we couldn't get cabs before Uber and all of the ride share apps before the ride share apps? Remember Black folks couldn't get a cab? Yeah. Don't forget who was driving them damn cabs. Don't ever forget that. All right? When we go to places like New York and DC and places all on the East Coast and we're standing out in the cold waiting forever for a damn cab to pick us up and they go past us and get white folks, these was tethers driving these cabs. Don't ever forget that. Yeah, Malcolm wouldn't like that. You see? Malcolm wouldn't like being called an Akata. You understand? See, Malcolm didn't have to deal with that. So I don't let no tether sit up here and talk about what would Malcolm do and what would Martin Luther King. No, don't do that. They weren't dealing with this new crop. When the one or two, we had a handful of Black immigrants at the time over here around 65, over in the 60s, 50s, 40s, stuff like that. It was a handful, but many of them were riders for the most part. You had to be a rider because you didn't have no immigrant enclave to post up. You had to post up around FBA, so you had to get your damn mind right. You understand? So yeah, you got to check people on that stuff. All right, let me get some more people in here. Supreme, let's get DJ Supreme in the building. DJ Supreme, hop on in. Mr. Supreme.
What's happening, Tyreek? How you doing, my guy?
I'm good, Supreme. How you doing, brother?
I don't know if you remember, you used to be on my radio show back in the day when I was in Texas. So salute to you. I appreciate the work you're doing, my bro.
Did we go down to the station in person, or did I used to call in?
Nah, I used to be on the phone. We used to be taking callers, giving dating advice, all that. Matter of fact, I introduced you to Taz Daddy.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's been a while. Okay.
Yeah, it's been a minute. This was like 08, 09 maybe, like when I was out in Amarillo, Texas. But salute to you and all the work you're doing. I like what you were saying about the Essence Fest because it's like the corporations have taken that over and making it something that it never was. And people ain't feeling it. Like plain and simple, people not feeling that.
Yeah, man. I heard it's real dry now, man. I heard it's real dry, and the people just ain't rocking out like with it a little more.
Yeah, the whole vibe was off. I went last year. I was out there DJing, and it was just real weird, like real weird. It was the Afro Beats Festival, pretty much.
Oh yeah, Lord.
Every song remix of the Afro Beats behind it. That's not what people came out here for.
Real shit, man. Damn. Now you still in Texas, by the way?
No, I'm actually in Cincinnati. I was just on a syndicated radio show a couple months ago. I don't even want to say her name, but she's your she's anti Tariq, definitely. But I was her co-host for a minute on the show, and it was funny because your name came up on there one time, and oh my god, I know you know who I'm talking about.
I don't. There's so many of them. I don't know. Which one is it?
Y'all got the same birthday.
That's hard. Shit. Because most likely she's a Democrat shill.
Yes.
Let me see. Shit. I don't know who. It's so many of them, man. Damn.
I don't even want to say her name because I know this will probably go viral.
What's the initials? What's her initials?
AS.
Oh Lord, yeah, God. Oh, yeah, I know.
Your name came up one time, and I'm like, yo, that's my guy. So I mean, I don't go back and forth, with people like that. But I thought it was hilarious. I'm like, yo, that's my man. Whatever.
Yeah, I already know. But yeah, my man. But thank you so much, Bream. I appreciate you, brother. Yeah. But yeah, he talking about she's the tether. All right. Yeah, she's a damn tether. So that's what it is.
I can dig it. I'm on my way.
Where you going, Rootwork Jones?
There's some musty suckers on the streets. I got to go handle that. I got to split, baby. Can you dig it?
When you need to clean the stank off the streets, you don't call your mama. You call Rootwork Jones. Rootwork Jones is a stone cold dude that keeps the stanky suckers shaking in their boots.
Listen up, chumps. I'm looking for Dolomus. Can you dig it?
Rootwork Jones is getting down to the nitty-gritty, taking on the mustiest sucker in the city.
Dolomust is my name, and staying good and musty is my game. Where is Rootwork Jones?
This is a super soul brother getting rid of the stank. And you can for sure take that to the bank.
Take that, you musty jive turkeys.
When Rootwork Jones is not dealing with drama, he finds time to deal with foxy mamas.
Why don't you come on over here and give me some of that root work, sugar?
Rootwork Jones. He's bold. He's bad. And he's keeping the suckers musty mad. Rootwork Jones coming to a theater near you. Go to rootworkstyle.com.
Before I get Rootwork Jones. All right, ladies, hey, what's your thoughts on the Essence Fest? Final thoughts.
It's just like ever since they took that DEI shit off, sponsors have been dropping off left and right for all things that are black.
Yeah.
We were sitting at Juneteenth over here in our area.
Yeah.
And motherfuckers are not regular citizens are not trying to come out their pocket to help fund it. And so as far as like Essence Fest, that could be it. Ultimately it's been spinning around the toilet for a minute, so. And it's Essence Fest was like an FBA thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that then they try to keep changing it every year to fit some sort of theme, and it's just become watered down, diluted. So it's not no longer a fun FBA event.
Yeah.
And they're not really wanting us to have any events, if you noticed.
Yeah.
Like they're more like, let's say they, I mean, powers of
White.
vice presidency want what they want, and they don't give a fuck what we want. So our events go from like 3 days to 1 day, go with like 250 vendors to like 50. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they always have it on some weird shit, on some weird during a weird time when stuff is contentious, and so we don't get the right amount of turnout. So it's a plan.
We have here.
Really bad, diabolical plan. How is it?
Yeah. It's not what it used to be. That's for damn sure. It's owned by Tethers, so we can't be too surprised. All right, well, moving along, we got the Epstein situation. So Trump's DOJ and FBI concludes Epstein died by suicide, and there was no famous clients list. So remember at the beginning of the year, they kept talking about Trump gonna release the list. Trump's gonna release the list, and the list never came. Well, this is why. So Willie D is gonna give us an update on this.
Oh man. Breaking news. Breaking news. After all of these years of
It's not the Earth.
fishing,
Tethers are aliens.
the
Not of the
DOJ
Earth.
and the FBI has concluded Jeffrey Epstein never had a list of famous clients who he took out on his island and assisted in having them pleasured by a bunch of underage girls.
I've been sleeping there. Has really been a list. Just people on the phone.
After all of this time, I do recall the FBI director. I mean, not the director, but I do recall the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, promising that she would release Epstein files.
It really looks like
what was taking so long was the fact that
shaking my head.
the FBI
was
carefully siphoning through the carefully sifting through the tons of images of children and minors, like underage children, young girls and underage children being violated. Absolutely.
They could probably release the list.
Incredible. Now, I think that you should understand this, man. The Attorney General said that child trafficking, child exploitation, combating child exploitation is one of the government's highest priorities. And I trust that they did an incredible job in trying to get to the bottom of the situation. And all those who were involved, that they were going to go after and get them. And so apparently nobody else was involved. Apparently nobody visited that island. Apparently this whole thing about children being exploited and taken advantage of was a figment of someone's imagination, wild imagination.
Before the DOJ and FBI concluded this investigation, by the way, they said this is it. There will be no further charges, and this case is closed. Trump was rumored to be on the list. You know, as you know, you can see in the thumbnail that Trump and Epstein were very close. And they had been rumored to be together many times. And people were saying that Donald Trump, your president, had been on that island, the Epstein Island.
Yeah, we know you're a damn Democratic shield.
It's crazy.
Willie D.
Because I don't think our president would do something like that. I just don't think that he would be interested in underage girls, you know, or just girls, period, little girls and stuff, you know, young girls.
No, that was the former president, Biden. Your president.
I think some of you guys are too hard on the president. And
You have the same energy for your boy Biden.
You know, give the man some grace. You know, y'all running around here claiming to be Christians.
They had cameras all over.
And, you know, Christians are supposed to forgive. And somebody beat up your whole family, violate your whole family, you're supposed to forgive them. You know, even if your ancestors were held in captive for 100 years, you should forgive. In fact, if you ever, anybody that who's ever been a slave should have forgiven. They should have forgiven their masters and oppressors, because forgiveness is the root of all. I mean, no, it's not the root of all evil. That's money. Because
I'm eating a whole nectarine. He just like paused. Old nigga fart. It's on his end, y'all. It's not me. Damn it, the damn computer done froze up again.
forgiveness will set you free. You got to forgive. You got to forgive and forget. If somebody slaps you on the cheek,
I think he
not only should you turn the other cheek,
drop an album, Willie in the South is
you
Willie
should turn to them and say,
scared of the white man.
I love you, my brother.
Right.
I love you, my sister, and I know you didn't mean to slap me.
COPB.
Stop protesting.
Base stream earlier.
And get on your knees and pray.
With 4 girls and a
That's how you make it go away. Pray. Stop all this protesting. Stop all this rioting and trying to hold people accountable. This is our government. It's the only government we got. This is our law enforcement. It's the only law enforcement we got. We must make the best of it. We must stop complaining, because if we complain, then people are going to complain about us complaining. And you don't want that. The Epstein list, I do believe that if the president said it don't exist, if the DOJ, who was appointed by the president and paid off, it was people laid off, not paid off, but there was people who were there that the president said, you know, this is your job, this is your responsibility. I need you to get to the bottom of this. This is a big case. People need to know the truth. Bring me back some evidence. And then next thing you know, Diddy was on trial. And Trump said, okay, I'll take anything. Give me some evidence. Just get this shit off me. Get it off me. I mean, not get it off me. Get it off the books. You know, get it off the books. Yeah. So, yeah, you know, I believe the president. The president says that, you know, and I believe his people that he hired to sweep the case under the, I mean, to sweep his thing, his slate, you know, and to do a sweep, you know, to go get the evidence and stuff that's needed to, you know, to bring closure. And as far as I'm concerned, justice was not served. I mean, justice was served. I mean, could it be served if only one person out of thousands, potentially thousands, were punished? Was punished. You know, because they only killed one person. I mean, not one killed. He committed suicide. I don't know. It's early in the morning, y'all. So, you know, it's early in the morning. But so he didn't get killed. I do not believe that Epstein was killed. I'm going to go with the findings of the Justice Department and conclude that he killed himself. If Donald Trump said that's what happened, that's what happened. I'm not going to question my president. I will not do that to make anybody out there comfortable. Trump said he did it. He did it. What's up, China Carter? What it do?
All right, y'all, I'm gonna end it here because it's still.
So, just in case you're wondering,
it's just answering questions now.
After years of the public requesting Jeffrey Epstein's alleged client list, a review was done but the results isn't what one might expect. 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 management, millions. According to ABC News, a memo was released stating that the review done by the Department of Justice and the FBI under Trump appointed leadership ended with no evidence of a secret list. They also released hours of footage with the review that confirmed Epstein's 2019 suicide. Based on the reviews, no additional charges will be coming forth about the allegations and the investigations. And the investigation did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. Yeah, y'all picking up what I'm putting down? Based on the review, additional charges will come about after investigations. Wait a minute. No additional charges will come about after investigations did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. This comes after Attorney General Pam Bondi promised the release of the Epstein files and records of the investigation. She originally said the delays were due to the FBI reviewing thousands of hours of footage with children or child porn. They reviewed thousands of hours of evidence with children or child porn. The memo also stated that combating child exploitation is one of the government's highest priorities. They reviewed thousands of hours of child footage with children or child porn. And they didn't arrest anybody? Nobody got arrested? Nobody? Thousands of hours of with children or child porn? What were they doing in there, you know? What were they doing in there watching all that porn? Nobody got arrested? Nobody went to jail? Nobody got charged? Thousands of hours with children or child porn? And nobody got arrested?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Somehow, some way, this case sounds bigger than Diddy. It sounds bigger than the Diddy case. Seems like they had good reason to bring in literally dozens of people connected to this case. Dozens of people who took advantage of children. But nobody got arrested? Nobody? Nobody charged? Just Jeffrey. Wow. What's up, Donnie? I'm Tech. What it do? It's wild how the Epstein clients list disappeared. That's wild. It's almost like accidentally hanging yourself in a cell. Being a billionaire and hanging yourself in a cell. Billionaires don't hang themselves. I'm just tell you straight up, man. Billionaires don't hang themselves. They use their money to manipulate the system. Billionaires do not hang themselves. Absolutely amazing, fam, because I know Trump, I specifically recall Trump saying there is a list. We have that list, and we will be revealing names as soon as I get in office. We are going to reveal the list. I want to see the list, man. Well, that list has been destroyed, but you know, people always make copies these days, so perhaps that list will show up someday after Trump's passing, because I really seriously doubt they'll ever put that list out while Trump's alive.
Stop.
It's the computer that keeps freezing up. What's your thoughts on the Epstein situation? They're saying he committed suicide, and there's no list to release.
We knew that already. I mean, what? We knew there wasn't a list. Everything they got picked up, they took it with them. It wasn't anything like that. That was why the whole trial issue was going on, right? And we knew he committed suicide. This isn't no new news. He did that shit. We knew that.
Okay, ladies, hey, we knew that.
No, we knew that. Didn't we know that he killed himself, right?
That's what they said initially,
right?
yes.
So why is that a surprise? Like a couple years later?
Because people were expecting otherwise. That's why it's a surprise.
No, that shit was clear. He did it. Whatever. So I don't know why they were expecting it. They said he killed himself. You know what I mean?
You act like CEOs don't lie.
What do you mean?
You act like the CEOs didn't lie.
White. They're not lying. You know the time he's white.
Okay,
A motherfucking white person kills themselves, they really kill themselves.
Alright, well, everybody besides Lady Che was like, did he really do this or not?
I don't know why. It was very clear. He did that shit.
And once this list coming out, and apparently there's no list coming out.
Yeah, suicide is not that difficult to accomplish in prison or jail. It's all about tension.
Everything's a suicide these days.
And he's been gone like a long time. He's been dead like a few years now.
Yeah.
Even if he didn't do it, what then? It's not like they care. As far as the files are, look, the files were already let out. Those 950 pages of nonsense. You know what I mean? Of him and his fucking planes and the island. As far as a list of people he was gonna, people that had been there, it's like everybody lying on Diddy with all tapes. You know what I mean? They could have been released. Even if not, like, so what's that thing about with Elon threatening Trump about it? There's no list, right? It's not unusual that Trump was like his best friend or best buddy.
Yeah, his DOJ said there's no list.
Yeah. So basically, that was a fucking open threat of nothing.
What?
Right?
Oh, where is it at, bro?
Hey, listen.
Yes.
When Elon threatened Trump just recently?
Yes, Lady J.
So it's basically nothing, right?
What do you mean it's nothing? It's not nothing, man.
Basically threatened him about the Epstein files, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's no list, right?
That's what his DOJ is saying. There's no list.
So it's an open threat.
Yes, Lady J, it's an open threat.
You're frustrated shit. You're topic. This time you asked me what I thought about it.
Yes, I did. Alright, moving along, we got a black man found hanging in Albany. Like I said, everything's a suicide now.
Yeah, but that happened. That was many years ago. This don't feel like a suicide. And the difference is Epstein's white.
Exactly, Crow. Alright, so a whole bunch of stuff.
Like what?
It's talking about the panties. And the reason he was mad because the white supremacists did us anyway on this land. So they want to flee like cowards. This is our land and we ain't leaving. We're not on Epstein no more, Lady Shay. We moved on. So, black man found hanging in Albany. Self-aliving or Unaliving or something more. So Tori and Rain with us gonna give us an update on this.
Before I get into this commentary, I have to give a huge shout out to Cosmo Fury, because in one of the True Crime Sundays that I did, I believe it was the one on Chandra Levy, before he had dropped off for the panel, he had asked me, did I hear about this story? And I'm sitting here saying to myself, no. And one of the things I had asked him was, did this recently happen? And he said, yes. And I'm not shocked that, one, I didn't hear about it, and two, I'm not shocked of the outcome in which this story is entailing. So this story is coming out of Albany, New York, where a black man was found hanging from a tree, and already the Albany police have deemed it as a, quote, self-unaliving. So basically what happened was, on June 11th, a black man was found hanging from a tree in Albany, New York, and the police have labeled it as a self-unaliving. You already know what the technical term for it is. But many people, including those claiming to be family members, aren't really convinced that that's exactly what it was. It kind of reminds me of what happened with those twins down there in Georgia. And honestly, given the history of this establishment, the reaction from that actually makes a lot of sense. So what I'm gonna go over now is what we know so far with this story and what's being questioned, and why it seems like nothing is really coming out of it, or why the story really isn't being floated around. But according to the Time Union, a call was made around 8 a.m. that morning, and officers responded and found a man hanging from a tree on Westerlo Street, which is a mostly residential area in Albany, New York. They say that the man hasn't been officially named by police, but according to a GoFundMe that was put up there, and also several other social media posts, he has been identified as Earl Smith. And this is a statement that actually has come from the Albany police. It says, based on preliminary investigation, the circumstances appear to be consistent with a self-unaliving, and no evidence suggests that the incident is criminal in nature. But a lot of people, several people, in fact, especially many black residents in Albany, aren't buying that explanation, as they shouldn't. So quickly, and let's be honest with ourselves here. Whenever a black man is found hanging from a tree in this establishment, and it doesn't matter what state it's in, the very first thought for a lot of people isn't that he took himself out. The thing that's going to come to mind for them is that it was most likely a lynching of some sort. And for many people, that's not seen as a paranoia or maybe a conspiracy. That's just historical memory. What's also adding to the skepticism is how little that this story has been covered. Locals have gone to TikTok and on Instagram to voice out their frustration. Many are asking, why hasn't this made headlines? Why aren't we learning more from the community members, from the official sources? One person on TikTok who lives and works in the area has stated as saying, I haven't heard a single thing about this until now. How is nobody saying anything? And this is a person who lives in the area, and they, haven't heard much of anything about it. So if a person who lives in the area doesn't know much about it, then how are people who are outside of the area going to find out? That's why it caught me off guard when I first learned about it. The silence, the lack of urgency, I believe was part of making people suspicious of the entire thing. Because let's be real with ourselves here. If it was a PC man that they was found hanging from a tree in a major city, okay, this is Albany, New York. For those who don't know their geographical surroundings, Albany is the capital of New York. So this should have definitely made or been on front page news within hours of it happening. Right. But when it's a black man, there's this quietness. It's a real silence that just kind of goes over the room. And that quiet says a lot. And as a matter of fact, it can stay as quiet as long as they want it to be silent. Another issue I think people are having with this is, where's the footage? Allegedly, there's some footage out there, but or if there is no footage, where is it? There has to be something out there that says, okay, we can see what happened here. And if this is a public area, someone had to have seen something. This is 2025 at the end of the day, and cities are covered in cameras, traffic cameras, business security cameras, doorbell, ring footage, all of that. Think about it. When Jonathan Majors was on trial, which ironically was in New York, we saw full footage of an altercation spread across several angles in city blocks. So why can't we see what happened to Earl Smith? There are also rumors that police haven't reviewed all the cameras in the area, or they're choosing not to release what they've seen. And if that is indeed true, that's deeply concerning. And in cases like this, transparency is everything. The public deserves to know what really happened, not just what officials decide is, quote, convenient to share. And also, sadly, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. In 2023, if y'all remember, there was a person named Javion McGee who was found hanging from a tree in North Carolina. And police called it a self-unaliving, but his family, too, was also suspicious. And they said he had just bought a utility rope at Walmart, sure, but they still hired a private investigator and had an independent medical examiner because the case just didn't sit right with not only the family, but the locals that just happened to be there. And then also a few years before that, back in 2020, there was a black man by the name of Vaughn Booker, I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, who was nearly lynched by a group of white men during a 4th of July celebration in Indiana. And if you know the story about Indiana, you already know how they get down. And then it's crazy I'm talking about Indiana because I just did a story about a black man that practically got jumped at a bar by a racist white biker gang out there near Fort Wayne. And that case also took strange and legal turns. And what I mean by that is because there were charges that were filed, then the charges ended up being dropped and then handled through restorative justice. And then what's crazy about it, he ended up being charged alongside with the men that attacked him. So it was like he gets attacked and they still found a way to try to find him guilty of something that was happening to him. So when people hear the words self-unaliving, and I'm just using that because, you know, YouTube friendly and all of that stuff, and they see a black body hanging from a tree, it's not just trauma, it's what we call pattern recognition because it's happened before. And unfortunately, it will happen again if it's not discussed enough. And we also have to talk about the broader political climate that we're currently in, because while America loves to say that lynchings are a thing of the past, the truth about the matter is the attitude that justified lynching never left. It's still very much here, baked into our institutions and echoed through policy. And from, you know, such as the attacks, even though we don't benefit from it, when they do the whole DEI thing, we know we don't benefit from the most, but they love to use that as code speak when it comes to us. Also to white nationalist rhetoric coming from people in actual government positions, like such as Pentagon spokesperson Kingsley Wilson parroting great replacement theory all over social media. White supremacy isn't just surviving, it's actually thriving in plain sight. In fact, hate groups are actually declining in number, and you're probably saying to yourself, Torian, how is that possible? Well, the reason I say that is because, think about it, most white supremacist groups, especially back in the day, thrived in the shadows when it wasn't so mainstream. And now that they're all pretty much mainstream and all over the place and pretty much in your face, that's why now they're starting to decline, because some of them are trying to hide that they're a part of these organizations, and they're trying not to lose maybe any finances or any type of endorsements. They were better off being low key, but now that everything is posted everywhere, especially on social media, and if you want to limit it down to a particular platform, Twitter/X, that's a perfect example of that. You know, because their beliefs have become, again, like I said, mainstream. When your ideology is plastered all over the place, especially on the news or even in Congress, and something that's guiding policy, at this point, you got to ask the question, do I still need to own, let alone wear this hood, or can I just burn it? Because it's no point. So in closing, I say this. Where does that leave us with Earl Smith? I mean, because we don't know the full truth of this. And the point of the thing is, with them trying to do the whole saying he took himself out, that's their way of having what you call a grand opening and a grand closing case. Because if you just close it off with that and you get enough people to believe it or to not know about it or just flat out not care, then they can just move on to the next thing. And we're not here to like speculate recklessly, but I think with the amount of frustration and the fear and the distrust that many people in the Black collective are expressing or have when it comes to things like this, even outside of this story, I would say that it's real and it's also earned. Because when Black death is met with silence and families have to go begging for answers, and when people are forced to become investigators themselves just to feel heard, that's not only what you see as just a tragedy, but that's just a failure of the system. But honestly, I would just say that that's just the system working in the way that the system has always worked, especially when it comes to Black people. That's why it's called white supremacy. And we all, at the end of the day, I would say we all deserve, especially Earl Smith's family, definitely deserve to know what really happened. At the very least, his family. At the very most, honestly, his family. And until we do, then people are going to keep asking all of those questions. And honestly, they should. But that's going to bring this commentary to a close. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this down in the comments. And I will talk to you in the next one.
R.I.P. to this black man. Hopefully his family gets justice and finds out who the killer is. This is clearly a homicide, not suicide, and the perpetrators need to be brought to justice. Lady Ted, what are your thoughts?
I agree. I also say this. You know, I don't like it because like we just had a similar situation.
Yeah.
And what bothers me is like, the police don't want to give us no answers, or they don't ever have nothing to say. When something like this happens immediately, they always say they're doing an investigation, which we know is bullshit, right? And when they have to take somebody out the tree, right? Yeah, that's the fire department that comes.
Yeah.
But they don't want to. Nobody says anything like that. And then you got like y'all ever heard of that next door shit, right?
Yeah.
Well, those motherfuckers are avidly nosy fucking white people, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're everywhere. They ride around their cars. They make little posts, and they're constantly on the internet, just basically whooping shit and talking about people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Talking about mostly racist shit, okay?
Yeah.
About they saw somebody or whatever, the camera picked up someone, be on alert, blah blah blah, right? And so a situation like that happened in our area, and we were, I was looking for some information, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I got on Nextdoor to see what they were talking about. Motherfuckers just showing videos with her. So we didn't know if it was a black dude, a Mexican dude, a kid, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Complete these stories. But the news never said nothing. They made one article, and that was that. So you had to keep doing this due diligence. Then they come up and say, well, it was this one person, Cambodian person or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? But God forbid anybody normal wants to stand up in their community and say, because everybody who does something like this or doesn't do something like this, or there's somebody who might have put that person up there. There's never really any justice. There's never really any condolences. They acted like that person didn't exist.
Yeah.
What I don't like about this shit is that if you find them in the morning, why do you gotta hear about it till late in the evening? Why is there never no information? Why did the police have to hide it? Why did the police say they're investigating it, but they weren't investigating it? Why was there all this empty ass answers and questions?
Yeah.
And then want to talk about mental health?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And in reality, this is mine. In reality, you don't know what's going on, and people always have some fucking judgmental shit. I bring up Nextdoor because where this shit happened recently for us was literally right down the street from my house. And I found it odd that the same white people that go and snitch on motherfuckers all day long are the same white people that have the nerve and audacity to tell me anything when I do the work in the city. So it's like, and they don't like being put in their fucking place. The thing about it is that this is becoming more and more like once or twice a month somebody is hanging from a tree. You know what I mean? And there's no answers and there's no real investigation. And then when you check them on it, they don't have an answer, but they got all the vitriol in their heart to go sweat homeless people. Just like today, I was on my way back, and I was cruising the back streets, and I saw 4 SUVs go down the main street by my house. And what they do? They did some old conniving shit. They pulled up around behind a liquor store, got out, and sweated a homeless dude sleeping on the sidewalk. 4 fucking SUVs just for one man that was on crutches. You see what I'm saying? That's how it goes. So I think that I really don't like how they do this. They act like these people don't have families, don't have nothing, and they can just go ahead and ignore them like they ignore other black situations. The case with this person, I think they lied, and I would say they lied because they kept it out of the news, they kept it out of the newspaper, and all these motherfuckers know and seen it, but they didn't want to talk about it. I say that because it's just right around the corner, and there's none but white folk that they happen to be outside perusing and fucking snitching and telling and doing the most. You know what I mean? So I don't like it. I don't like it. And I don't want to say it's a mental health thing. I don't want to say it's a mental health thing. I want to say that fucking shit's just heavy right now. You know what I mean? And people are all by themselves. Just good. I don't believe that dude did that.
Yeah. So thoughts and condolences to his family, and we'll keep y'all posted on this. So moving along, ICE detention. So as y'all know, the dump has been doing mass deportations, and one of his ICE facilities in Texas got hit up. Officers shot at ICE detention center in Texas after an armed man ambushed the facility. So more than likely, it's one of these damn Democratic lunatics, and somebody put a battery in their back to go do this dumb shit. And TD Media Group's gonna give us an update on it.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you're following me on Telegram at CIDE Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today, we have to head on over to Texas, but not to speak on the flash flood that took the lives of so many people down there in Texas. Rest in peace to those who lost their lives, and condolences to the families that were left behind. It's just tragedy that happened over there. But I want to speak on a little bit something different, right? I want to speak on some news that went way under the radar, and I'm surprised that it didn't get any coverage at all. But then again, in light of the flooding, I can understand why this didn't get any coverage. But then again, also, that's why you're subscribed to this channel. And you should be if you haven't already, because look at this here. Look at this headline: Zero tolerance for attacks at ICE detention centers after cop shot near Texas center, DHS says. What is this about? Well, we're going to get into the details of it in just a moment. We're going to go through a few video clips, and we're also going to hear from Tom Holman concerning the situation. But there was a very well organized and planned attack that occurred this weekend in Texas at an ICE detention center, in which roughly around a dozen armed men attempted to lure out ICE agents so that they could fire upon them, but instead ended up luring a local PD in the area that they fired on instead and ended up shooting in the neck. Now, fortunately, the officer did survive and is back home with his family. Thank goodness for that. But this is something that we have to talk about and unpack because, like I said, the fact that this didn't get really any coverage, I get that the flood is going on, but this right here is wild because this was a legitimate organized attack on ICE officials at an ICE detention center that went awry because instead of the ICE officials that they were looking for, they instead got a local PD officer. Here goes a couple of headlines before we get into the brief summary of this that I want to give you, right? Look at this. Once again, zero tolerance for attacks at ICE detention centers after cops shot near Texas center, DHS says. This is from New York Post. This is from Fox News. Texas police officers shot near ICE detention center as Trump officials promised zero tolerance. This one is from CBS News, Texas. Several in custody after North Texas police officer shot in the neck outside of ICE facility. Let's break this down and get into it. What I want to do, something that I like doing, right? This gives you guys just like a really good, concise summary of everything that occurred versus going through multiple articles. So let's jump into this right now. Okay, what happened? On the night of July 4th, 2025, An Alvarado, Texas police officer responded to a report of a suspicious person near the Prairie Land ICE detention facility, 1200 block of Sunflower Lane. Upon approach, multiple armed suspects opened fire. The officer was struck in the neck by at least one bullet, flown to a hospital in Fort Worth, treated, and later released. Suspects. Authorities report that more than a dozen masked individuals dressed in black vandalized cameras and vehicles around the facility and ignited fireworks. Get this, apparently to lure law enforcement into the area. They knew exactly what they were doing. A total of 8 suspects, some were wearing body armor, were arrested in connection with the incident. Investigative status. The motive remains under investigation. The motive is obvious, but I get it, right? We get it. They have to get an official motive down pat, but we all understand what this is really about. But I digress. The motive remains under investigation. The Texas Rangers, FBI, Johnson County Sheriff's Office, and Alvarado Police are collaborating. Local officials have urged anyone with information to come forward. Federal response, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche announced that the Justice Department is closely monitoring the incident, along with a separate event in Portland, and affirmed a zero tolerance policy for violence against federal personnel or property, pledging to prosecute those responsible parties to the fullest extent of the law. This right here that occurred in Texas is mind-blowing. Why? Because yes, there's a lot of foolishness that's been going on concerning, anti-ICE rioters. I don't call them protesters. Anti-ICE rioters who are, destroying property, defacing property, or tagging things up, burning police cars. We don't have to rehash all of that. We understand this. But this is the first event that we're seeing here of a legitimate, coordinated, well thought out, well planned attack, not just by individuals, multiple, who were armed, but were also wearing body armor. So they were prepared for war. They were prepared for a gun battle with federal agents. They showed up intentionally, making noise, vandalizing the property, popping fireworks in and around the property in a deliberate attempt to lure out ICE agents so that they could fire upon them. Things are escalating to a whole nother level now, a level that I don't think any of us actually anticipated would go. I didn't see this. I personally didn't see this. Let me know in the comment section if you saw things escalating this far. Let's get into what Tom Homan had to say about this next, because he did speak on this. So let's jump into that video now.
And 31 billion for ICE operations. Dana?
All right, Jonathan Hunt, thank you.
On that topic, Tom Homan joins us. Florida Czar, North Lawn. Tom, good morning to you, and thank you for your time today.
Good morning.
Let's get to the big, beautiful bill in a moment. Who were these suspects who were fired, who actually fired the shots and were later arrested? Who were they, Tom?
Look, they're your typical protesters that go from protesters to criminals. The attack on ICE officers, you've covered it many times, is up nearly 700% now. We were talking 500% a couple weeks ago, so it continues. The rhetoric against the men and women of ICE is skyrocketing, especially by members of Congress. We have senators, we have Congress people that compare ICE to the Nazis, compare ICE to racists, and it just continues. So the public thinks, well, if a member of Congress can attack ICE, why can't we? So the rhetoric has to stop. Or it's a matter of time for someone to, when the ICE officers goes down or a criminal goes down. But we already see an officer go down.
To be clear.
Like he said, the rhetoric has to stop, but we all know it isn't going to stop, right? And in a moment when, Congresswoman Jayapal could have stopped it, she instead doubled down on it. And this is the rhetoric that's inciting violence, right? It's dog whistling violence against ICE agents, that's essentially and inevitably going to lead to someone losing their lives. Let's get into this clip next as we round this video out. Let's listen to this foolishness and this dog whistling of violence that's getting ready to come out of her mouth.
You posted on social media that, quote, ICE is acting like a terrorist force, and the White House told CNN that your, quote, disgusting comments warrant an immediate apology. They called ICE officers heroic. They're saying they're, quote, simply doing their jobs and enforcing immigration law with the utmost professionalism, and that dangerous smears by, this is their words, deranged leftists like Jayapal radicalize their supporters to violently attack and obstruct federal law enforcement because of comments like Jayapal's. Assaults against ICE agents have increased 500% this year, and that number will go even higher if Jayapal doesn't stop with her smears. What is your reaction to that?
What is deranged and cruel and outrageous is that literally we are seeing ICE agents, I assume they're ICE agents, they say they are, they don't have any identification, they're wearing masks, they're in.
You see what I'm saying? You see, they keep saying.
Oh my God.
This woman is a piece of filth.
Right.
Jayapal, Congresswoman Jayapal is a piece of trash who isn't even worth the dirt underneath my shoes. How are you even putting into question whether they're ICE agents? They're ICE agents. They say that they're ICE agents. We don't know who they really are. They're masked men. We keep rehashing this over and over again, right? Removing their authority from them, putting into question whether or not these are actual federal ICE agents, referring to them as bounty hunters that are kidnapping people. This is what we've heard them say. They're kidnapping people. They're disappearing people. These masked men, bounty hunters. We assume that they're ICE agents. I don't really know. We don't really know. They don't identify themselves. We don't really know who they are. How ignorant is that? How is it possible that it is allowed for you to get on television and to tell such a bold-faced lie with zero consequences? Zero consequences. Just flat out lying, and you know that you're lying, and you know that you're lying. This woman needs to be thrown in jail immediately, as far as I'm concerned, because it's people like this that are creating the situations and creating an environment for violence. They're creating the environment that are making more stories like this become prominent. This isn't going to be the last story like this. This is only going to increase because you have people in Congress like this goofy looking woman here, that's a congresswoman, spewing lies knowingly that leads to stories like what we're covering today. Anyways, let's keep this going. Rewind it back just a little bit and play the video. But this woman shouldn't even be. There should be consequences for lying like this. There should be consequences for being that atrociously dishonest. It's just ridiculous.
I assume they're ICE agents. They say they are. They don't have any identification. They're wearing masks. They're in plain clothes. They are coming and kidnapping and disappearing people on the streets of the United States. I never in a million years thought that that is something that I would see here in America. And so I think it is the administration that has to apologize to U.S. citizens that have been rounded up, to legal permanent residents, to people with legal statuses across the country who are getting swept up, people who have been here for 20 years. And
nobody with legal statuses have been swept up. They're kidnapping and disappearing people. They keep using the same. I want to be disrespectful so bad. I'm trying so hard not to be disrespectful to this. What did Donald Trump say? Bad IQ woman. She has a bad IQ. That's what he said about AOC. She has a very bad IQ, to say the very least. I'm trying so hard not to be disrespectful to this very bad IQ woman. So I'm just gonna let the video play because I don't want to let my emotions get the best of me. But I just don't understand how these people are just allowed to exist in this fashion as it pertains to being on the news. How is it that CNN can't be held accountable for this kind of nonsense? How do you have members of Congress that could just say this stuff and not be censured? I think that's the word, is censored or censured after the fact, you know, and just completely silenced. I just, anyways, let's carry on. It's almost over.
Committed absolutely no crimes, getting swept up.
Let me rewind it back just a little bit since I keep interrupting.
Here in America. And so I think it is the administration that has to apologize to U.S. citizens that have been rounded up, to legal permanent residents, to people with legal statuses across the country who are getting swept up, people who have been here for 20 years and committed absolutely no crimes, getting swept up by masked men who are kidnapping them and deporting them. That, to me, is what is so outrageous. It's unconstitutional. It's illegal. And it is absolutely terrorizing people, including small businesses, farmers. The roundtable I had in Spokane was with people from the Growers League, farmers who are terrified, restaurant owners who can't have, who are seeing their sales go down because nobody wants to come out and eat. Literally, people are so afraid, Brianna. It's never something I thought I would see in the United States of America. The White House owes an apology to the American people for what they are doing.
Yeah, right.
She needs to be put in jail.
Right.
She needs to, I mean, no U.S. citizens have been rounded up and deported. No people who have actual proper status have been rounded up and deported. Literally none of what she said is happening. None of what she says is happening. By masked men, bounty hunters. We don't even know who these people really are. Anyways, I'm going to end the video here. But this is what is leading to people now being shot. It's rhetoric like this. It's congressmen and women like this who are spewing nonsense onto the airwaves that create an atmosphere that is ripe for violence. And we can only expect to see more of it as time moves forward. And I'm going to leave the video here. I'm very tempted to be extremely mean-spirited just looking at her face. So with all that being said, that does it for today's news. Thank you all for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And also, please do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below.
And Frontline Black News. All right, ladies, Shay, what are your thoughts on the officer shot at the ICE detention facility in Texas after armed men ambushed the facility?
I think that's crazy. Like, I like him. I think part of that has to do with the media blowing it up, making it worse than what it really is. I feel like they are really against it. They're perpetrating that democratic fear of oh my God, you know. The fact that they did this coordinated event is really gonna fuck it up for everybody. You know, they shot but Tom Holman said this like a couple weeks back. He said, "So you take one thing to set everything off, and it's gonna be an officer or somebody gets shot." He said that a few weeks back. With this is like them setting it up to shoot like ICE agents were. Look, anytime you've ever seen the gang task force or SWAT, they're always masked up. Whenever they do undercover raids, they're always masked up. They never show their name tags. They never show their name. That's just the way it's always been, even for regular citizens. With them snatching people up off the street, trying to meet a quota or whatever. However, it's all speculation. This lady is acting like there's innocent. They're all innocent. Everybody's innocent, and nobody did anything wrong. And you know the government's just so wrong for doing whatever it's doing. When they voted for this, they know what they're getting into. Back, no, take it back, Jack. You did it. You know what I mean? You can't cry how it's getting done. You can't cry foul now. You know what I mean? And you can't clutch your pearls when you're watching it. But to set up like the people to get shot like that, that's some crazy diabolical work, because basically you're making it so that anything bad can happen to a regular citizen, because they're scared now. They're already trigger happy, you know what I mean? But they can't do anything. Now they're really scared. Now they'll shoot anything. More of the reason for us to stay in the motherfucking house. The other thing is this, is that they need to be held accountable, whoever did that. Because there's no militia, there's no fucking anything like that. It's not allowed. You know what I mean? You can't just be going around thinking you're gonna take out the ICE agents, and instead you take out a police officer of all things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think nothing is gonna happen, or no repercussions. An organized event like that, like that's crazy. That's crazy. That means there's ultimate intent right there.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going away for a long time. Like, you can't even say it's an accident. You know what I mean? For them to be vested up and come like that, it's already a big thing that we got people that are outside doing citizen arrests under the name of ICE. Not trying to go be an actual ICE officer or whatever. They're pretending just so they can be racist and catch people in racist situations, that they can have a reason to actually take them out and do some dirt to them. There's been a couple of cases like that so far that nobody really gets any play for. I think that they need to be held accountable. That's interfering. That's interfering in anything. You know what I mean? And you conduct yourself like a fucking militia, and you went against everything. You fucking shot an officer. Like, those people are making it worse for regular citizens. They just don't know it yet. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I didn't like that. That was terrible.
Yeah, that was crazy. All right, so now we're down to the last two topics of the night, and that's the unhoused neighbor news and the illegal migrant news. So, our current mayor, Johnston, the one that said he was down to get arrested for the illegals, he has a new housing plan. But first, we'll give y'all some headlines. 2 people shot overnight. This is like a couple days ago. And then police believe the Denver jail, people are still dying in the Denver jail. Inmates shot and killed or strangled to death his damn cellie. And the same dude was responsible for several stabbings in Aurora.
News mornings at 7 a.m. starts right now.
The 4th of July has come and gone. We'll be showing you some of the greatest sights and sounds coming from this explosive holiday. The big, beautiful bill has just been signed into law. What we can expect to see from the U.S. government in the next shape themselves into several iconic images. Even Superman there. This year marks 249 years since America declared independence. Back here, the skies across Denver Metro were lit up for the holiday last night. West County South Metro Fire responded to a house fire that was caused by fireworks being improperly thrown out. As you can see, the fire managed to burn the side of this house on Pebblewood Court. Wow. Thankfully, no one was hurt in this fire, and firefighters managed to rescue a dog and 2 cats from the flames. They have since been returned to their families. Meanwhile, Aurora Fire Rescue posted these images from a fire off of the intersection of Colfax and Havana. They say this was a fire that started near a local fence and then it extended to a nearby building. Crews were on the scene to put out the flames and search the buildings for anybody that was trapped inside. As of this morning, we don't know about any injuries, and the cause of this fire is still under investigation. Deputies now believe a small fire that burned about 1/4 of an acre near Superior was likely sparked by a cigarette. The Boulder County Sheriff's Office arrested a 37-year-old man for arson. The fire started around 7:30 Thursday night. Along the rescue crews were quickly able to put out the flames. They say the man they arrested is experiencing homelessness. They found him in a ditch near where the fire started. Meanwhile, Denver authorities are investigating multiple serious incidents overnight, which both happened very close to each other. the first of which happened right off of the local Costco near Tejon in Virginia. An investigation is currently underway for a shooting that was first reported just after midnight. 2 victims were sent to the hospital as a result of the shooting, but we don't know the extent of their injuries at this time. Police are working now to find any information on a potential suspect. Just a few hours earlier and a few blocks away, Denver police responded to a serious traffic crash near the intersection of Federal and Virginia. This was first reported just before 10 last night. The crash involved 2 vehicles, and we know that at least one of the people was seriously hurt. 9 News is working to learn more about both of these incidents right now, and will report any updates as soon as we get them, both on air and online at 9news.com. A Denver woman is now facing murder charges in a 16-year-old cold case out of California. Police in Union City, which is in the Bay Area, announced charges against 46-year-old Angela Ondudo this week. They're connected to the death of a newborn girl whose body was found in a dumpster in May of 2009. Police say she was considered a person of interest during the initial stages of the investigation. Police say advanced DNA analysis led to the new charges, all of these years later. She's being held in custody here in Denver as police work to send her to California to face those charges. President Trump is celebrating the passage of his big, beautiful bill. He signed it during the annual White House 4th of July picnic. The House narrowly passed the multi-trillion-dollar legislation earlier this week. It includes roughly $4.5 trillion in tax cuts and allocates $45 billion to ICE, more than the budgets for the FBI and DOJ combined. It also cuts funding for Medicaid and food benefits and adds an estimated $3.3 trillion to the national debt. Congress passed the bill by President Trump's self-imposed July 4th deadline.
This is a triumph of democracy on the birthday of democracy.
The legislation is the president's highest profile win yet. Democrats are vowing to make it a priority ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. Overseas, Hamas is signaling that it's open to accepting a ceasefire proposal in its war with Israel. The group says they gave a positive response, though it's not clear yet if that means that they have accepted it. President Trump proposed a 60-day ceasefire this week. Hamas has been seeking guarantees that the initial truce will lead to a total end to the war. Trump has been pushing hard for a deal to be reached. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is due to visit the White House next week to talk about one.
Thanks for joining us at 10. I'm Kyle Clark.
I'm Kim Christensen. Tonight we learned the man accused of killing his cellmate overnight in the Denver jail may also be responsible for a pair of deadly stabbings this weekend in Aurora.
9 News reporter Spencer Soisher joins us now, and sources close to the investigation tell 9 News investigates that same man is a person of interest in the stabbings.
Aurora police tell us both people who were stabbed Sunday were stabbed in a similar manner, so they began investigating if the stabbings were connected. Now we've learned a person of interest was picked up on an unrelated charge and is in the Denver jail. Less than a mile in a matter of hours separate 2 deadly stabbings in Aurora. Both of the victims were unhoused.
I think that many people experiencing homelessness are very fearful of their life on the streets.
Kathy Albany with the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless knows this is a vulnerable population.
It's not uncommon for people experiencing homelessness to have crime perpetrated against them simply because they're outside and they're accessible.
Aurora police say the first stabbing happened at Moline and Colfax at around 1:45 a.m. Sunday, and the second at about 6:30 a.m. at a bus stop on Peoria, just south of Colfax. Later Sunday, a man was arrested for DUI. Denver police say overnight he attacked his cellmate, strangling him to death inside the downtown Denver Detention Center. Sources close to the investigation tell 9 News investigates that man, Rick Roybal Smith, is a person of interest in the deadly stabbings in Aurora. Police have not identified a motive in any of these crimes.
Sleeping outside in alleys and in parks certainly does leave you very vulnerable to having certain violent acts perpetrated against you.
Kathy says advocates frequently talk with people on the streets about ways to stay safer.
I think that it's one reason why we see people camping together oftentimes.
And now sources say these 2 spots may be part of a trio of killings in a matter of 24 hours. 9 News Investigates has learned that Roybal Smith is out on parole after a series of felonies out of Arapahoe County. He was sentenced to 12 years in prison in 2016 after pleading guilty to vehicular assault and DUI. In 2023, he received a 4-year sentence for felony menacing. In Aurora, Spencer Soisher, 9 News.
A woman seriously hurt in the anti-Semitic firebombing attack in Boulder this month has now died of her injuries. The Boulder County District Attorney's Office says Karen Diamond passed away last week. She was in her 80s. She was a mother, wife, grandmother. We're told that she went to that weekly march for Israeli hostages in Gaza for the first time on the day of the attack. Boulder DA Michael Doherty says Diamond's family asked him to release her name and then asked the community for privacy. Some media outlets have repeatedly encroached on the privacy of victims and families in Boulder despite pleas to stop.
No, that's
So national media came to Boulder County, came to Colorado, and they were really pursuing some of the victims and victim families in a way that perhaps you and others in local media don't do. And I think part of it is the families just feeling that pressure. It's also just the nature of this attack and how devastating and tragic it's been, that people want time to heal and take care of one another and support one another.
Following Diamond's death, the suspect in the attack now faces a murder charge at the state level. That means he could spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole. And if the feds follow suit, he could face the death penalty. Barry Morphew is now in jail in southern Colorado. He was taken from Arizona to Alamosa today to face the new murder charge for the death of his wife, Suzanne. She was reported missing from their home in Chaffee County on Mother's Day in 2020. Her remains were found 3 years later. Barry Morphew was previously arrested and charged with her murder. Prosecutors dropped those charges days before the trial was set to begin. His new indictment argues that Barry Morphew was the only private citizen in Colorado who had access to the combination of drugs found in Suzanne's system. Morphew is scheduled to be in court tomorrow afternoon.
Looking live on downtown Denver tonight was a cool start today, but it warmed up pretty quickly. Eventually we got there. It's 2017 tax cuts Medicaid and food stamps, and increases spending for the military and border security. The city of Denver is allowing the Salvation Army to keep running 3 homeless shelters despite concerns about the safety of people staying in them. The city council passed each contract today with a 7-3 vote. They're worth a total of more than $19 million. Before the vote, a couple of council members reiterated concerns about the Salvation Army following deadly shootings and an assault reported at one of their shelters. Councilwoman Sarah Parody argued there may be a way to prevent shelters from shutting down, even without approving contracts.
If an operator is no longer running a particular shelter, then, folks who may have been working for that operator and may therefore be out of work could conceivably be hired to continue running that directly by the city for a period of time if necessary.
Contracts for the Stone Creek and Aspen shelters, both on Quebec, as well as the Tamarack Family Center on Hamden, were approved today.
A well-known...
Literally right up the street. Oh, this is the brother that got tokenized. Remember the brother got tokenized in the wheelchair?
Oh.
Remember the brother that got tokenized in the wheelchair?
Yeah.
That's what it's supposed to play next.
An accessibility advocate who testified in favor of the governor's $29 million pedestrian bridge project proposed for the state capitol now tells me he feels humiliated and used. He says the state should spend the money elsewhere. The bridge would launch off the front lawn of the state capitol, wind over Lincoln Street, and drop down into Veterans Memorial Park. Stuart Tucker Lundy was one of 2 people who testified in favor of the project at a committee hearing last week. He says the governor's office arranged for him to speak. And he said that it wasn't until he was in the committee room hearing the other testimony that he realized that accessibility was just an afterthought of the governor's legacy project. Lundy says he feels like he was used to prop up the controversial project.
I know optics, Carl. I know optics. I know right now with the fact of me sitting in this chair as a 57-year-old black man, a black man in a wheelchair, that carries a lot of attention. It carries a lot of responsibility. And I know that.
Lundy told me that he worries that his testimony convinced committee members to advance that project that he now sees as a waste of money. He offered them an apology. Next stop for the bridge proposal is a committee that oversees projects at the Capitol.
That's it for that. So now the punk ass mayor. But first, before we get to the punk ass mayor, we're going to play y'all the city council. General public comment last week. Went smooth the fuck off on these mugs. Well, first let me play the vote, and then I'll play that. settlement money. More settlement money.
It has been moved and seconded. Comments by members of council. Councilmember Lewis, followed by Councilmember Parody.
Thank you so much. So this Stone Creek non-congregate shelter is in District 8. Thus the residents within these facilities are my constituents. And so while they are under the care of the Salvation Army, I have already shared that I have lost confidence in the Salvation Army to be able to provide the services that I believe that my constituents deserve in my district. And thus I will not be supporting this contract or any Salvation Army contract moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Parody.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to the conversation from last week. I also remain a no on further contracts with this provider at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, roll call on Council Resolution 0884.
Council members Alcatraz.
Aye.
Flynn.
Aye.
Gilmore.
Aye.
Boo.
Hines.
No.
Cashman. Lewis.
Nay.
Parody.
4 nays.
Nay.
Romero Campbell.
Aye.
Torres.
Aye.
Madam President Sandoval.
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
7 ayes.
Boo.
7 ayes. Council Resolution 0884 has passed.
That's the one about the Salvation Army. So they keep renewing these goddamn contracts. So I went what the hell off on them last week. Lady Che, I signed her up too, but she slept past her speaking time. That
Jesse Paris.
Oh wow, this is the first on this. All right, greetings. Thank y'all for allowing me to shout out to those that's watching at home, those in the council chambers. My name is Sean. I'm representing for Black Star Action Movement for Self-Defense, Positive Action Movement for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado, the Northeast Denver Residents Council, Frontline Black News, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and I reside at the CCH, Lakes Box. Councilman Darrell Watson's district of District 9, the fine District 9. I'm going to talk about a couple things, but first thing I wanted to talk about was that Salvation Army contract that y'all passed last week. Y'all should really be ashamed of yourselves. Shout out to the 4 people that voted no against it, 4 council members that voted no, one of which was my former councilwoman, Chantel Lewis. Shout out to them. They get it, but the rest of the council doesn't seem to get it in that regard. We had a sob story of putting people out on the streets. I don't have no problem putting us out on the streets before the migrant invasion, but now all of a sudden, now it's a problem to put families and children out on the streets. I really wish that y'all would prioritize y'all voting base and voting constituents, the people that actually voted for you, not the migrants, not the newcomers, not the new arrivals, as the mayor likes to say, but the people that actually made this country what it is, the foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American child slavery freedmen, who built this country, built this state, and built this city. And we only got one day of Juneteenth. Latinos got 3 days a mile. The alphabet community got 3 days of. It's not on my end, y'all. Well, I guess it is on my end, but the internet, I guess, is acting stupid. But yeah, y'all get the gist. I want to smooth the fuck off on the. Hard for the Black community like it did for Pride, like it did for Cinco de Mayo, like it did for all these other groups and celebrations. That's very telling. And then you tell us that you hear us and you see us, but you do nothing specifically for us. The days of the malign neglect are over, Democrats. And we're not going to continue to vote for nothing. If you want our vote, you're going to have to do something tangible for us. Or you're going to keep losing election cycles like Kamala lost last year in 2024, and I was so happy to it. And I'm still smoking on my Kamala pack. So take that, K-Hive and Jeff Bard and your whole crew. And you're still lynching us. They had a lynching in Roy this past.
Thank you, Jesse. Next up, we have Sarah Napier.
So they need to be said. Thank you, crew.
Hi, I'm Sarah Napier. I've spoken here many times, and every time I am disappointed.
We don't hear you, bitch. We don't want to hear you. Come on, the goddamn Palestinians. All right, so as you can see, I'm gonna move the fuck off on now. And, yeah. So they passed that contract. So now the mayor got this new program to aim to create more housing for middle-income families, whatever the hell that means. So, our news gonna give us an update on that.
There's a new program in Denver that aims to create more housing opportunities for middle-income families. Mayor Mike Johnson revealed the pilot program today alongside the Denver Housing Authority. The Partnership for Middle-Income Housing will build new homes for families making between $60,000 to $100,000 a year. It offers tax breaks to developers in exchange for keeping rents affordable for at least 30 years. The goal with this is to encourage up to 5 new rental projects this year. Mayor Johnston says this strategy is needed to help working families stay in the city of Denver.
These are folks that have done all their hard work. They've gotten a great job. They're providing for this city. They're working as teachers and nurses and firefighters and servers at your favorite restaurant. And right now, the city is too expensive for them to live. This middle-class housing is about supporting those working folks who want to stay in the city.
Those interested in the new housing developments can apply online through the Denver Department of Housing and Stability's website. Applications open July 15th.
July 15th. That's in a couple of days.
So here at 9, Denver Fire and Police investigating after a 7-year-old fell 6 stories from the Tamarack Family Shelter off Hamden. The child was
Well, this is one of the hotels they approved more money for, and now motherfuckers got their baby falling out the window.
responsive and taken to the hospital. The child now expected to be released from the hospital soon. The Salvation Army telling us the window was secured shut and labeled "Do not open" in English and Spanish, but safety features had been tampered with there. They say Denver city officials are responsible for maintaining the building and have been urged to fix these safety issues quickly now. The officials still investigating how it all happened. We'll let you know more as soon as we learn more.
That makes no sense. I guess today.
Hey.
Shout out to church. Church was here earlier. Shout out to church. I went on the show a couple days ago. They have a Marvin Booker documentary, Lady Che. Yeah. A Marvin Booker documentary. I didn't even know they had a documentary on Marvin Booker. Excuse me. But apparently they did. So Marvin Booker was an unhoused brother who was a preacher who ended up dying in the city jail back in 2014. And I and others rallied behind him to get justice for him and his family. I actually went to school with his niece. One of his nieces I went to school with. And yeah, it was a really traumatic time when Marvin Booker died. So I was going to play this documentary on it. It's about 90 minutes long. Let's see if we can get through it. Fair use, fair use, fair use. What, Lady Che?
Nothing. thought we were doing
This is Unhoused Neighbor News. And I just went over the Unhoused Neighbor News. Unless you have something more to share, Lady T.
I thought that was it.
Yeah, Marvin Booker was a return clientele. I never had a problem with Marvin. He didn't go around intimidating anybody or trying to start fights or, he was just Marvin, the preacher man.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Before the victory for brotherhood is won, some more will have to get scarred up a bit.
Hey,
but it's better go through life with a scarred up body than a scarred up soul.
I might be in this.
Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. And before I'll be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my
Actually, that's the Ferguson.
No more worry.
That's 1960.
No more worry. No more worry over me. And before I'll be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
From my mom. No idea.
I got a phone call from a person in the police department.
James Peters. Didn't he just pass away?
A high-ranking person in the police department, a detective. He said, Reverend Peters, we're trying to find the family of Marvin Booker.
Yeah, this Reverend.
And he had your name in his paperwork. Can you help us? I said, yeah, what's the problem? Well, he was in jail and he had a medical emergency. I said, oh, where's he now? I want to go see him. He's in the hospital. They said, no, he died. And we want to be able to contact his
I'm
family.
going to have to do this again just in case. Don't have no issues. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research.
Family. So I told them how to contact his family, still not knowing any of the circumstances of what happened to Marvin. It came out later, as you well know, that they beat him to death in the jail, on tape.
Yep, they beat him to death, y'all, in the jail.
I was actually at home and I was getting ready to leave and go back and pick Marvin up that evening, and he gave me a call. He said, Brother Ware, I'm calling you from District 2. I said, well, what are you doing in District 2? He said, well, they got an old warrant out on me for something. I said, okay, well, whatever it is, I'll bond you out.
And I did notice the gentleman sitting almost directly across from me.
The roster, that
he was fairly well dressed.
So y'all trying to get closer to whiteness.
And looked to be around my size and around my age. I don't know why he caught my eye. He just did. A few minutes later, I looked up and there was a skirmish that had broken out. And I looked around the room. And I focused right away on the fact that it was this gentleman that was sitting across from me. And before you know it, it started out with one person grabbing him and attempting to subdue him. And after a while, there were 4 sheriffs on him.
I became aware of it the morning after it happened. People started calling me, and I remember really clearly reading, I was at the Denver Post then, and reading my colleague Kirk Mitchell's story about it. And I remember the lead said something like, a pair of shoes. Marvin was just going to get his pair of shoes. So that's when I got hooked, but I really got hooked, I think, when I saw his picture. There was just something about his face, the kindness in his face. It was a special face, and I wanted to pursue the story.
Natalia.
I was at home alone. And as I say, I didn't talk to Marvin that morning because I had been talking to him. But that morning I didn't talk. I didn't get no answer. And I said, he must be gone early, you know, just like that.
Yeah.
So I said, oh, well, I'll talk to him tomorrow. But that evening about 3 o'clock, Dr. Scott, Lawyer Scott, if I'm calling his name right. I may not be calling his name right, but anyway, he called and asked me, was I at home by myself? I said, yeah, I'm here by myself. I said, why are you asking? And he said that, I just want to tell you that Marvin is dead.
They delivered a very blunt message to my mother.
Exactly.
Marvin
I will lower the
dead, that he was in some altercation.
Right when Marvin died and I was trying to get responses from the administration, I very much heard them say he was a piece of dirt. He was a homeless guy. He had some drug problems. They demonized Marvin for sure. There were all sorts of insinuations that Marvin's life didn't matter, that Marvin didn't matter, that this case didn't matter. And I never forgot that. I never forgot that because I knew Marvin did.
He was my second oldest son. And he had always been a special son to me. He was born on my 20th birthday. And we always could recognize our birthdays together. And he could always discuss the Bible better than you could. And so we just had to let him have it because he really knew how to do it, you know.
Marv was always I would say he was always the protector. You know, he was the brother that looked after all of us.
And another thing, we used to like to go to Mississippi. All us go to Mississippi.
Yeah, they FBA.
And
tell me FBA.
We would get in the car and Marvin would tell Daddy, pass him, Daddy, pass him. Pass him, then we pass the car. Oh, Daddy, you pass that car, you know. And we would just do it for fun, but you know, that was our fun time, you know.
So Marvin honored Daddy to the highest, like all of us. And the relationship there was a great bond because we idoled our daddy.
Oh yeah, he always liked to follow his daddy around to church, and always would, you know, preach out to mock him as a preacher in church. He always would love to do that, and when he come home, he would always preach like his dad and put his collar on, you know, and preach.
We had a built-in barbecue pit in the backyard. And all my brothers would use that as their pulpit, but Marvin did also. And my daddy used, like my dad was saying, my daddy used to say that he was born to preach. He had nothing to do but preach and die, no how. And then my father would clap his hands like that, and Marvin would do the same thing, and my dad would do a spin, and Marvin did the same thing. And whenever my father would be preaching, my brothers would say, Marvin would say, Dad, you're up there doing the James Brown. That's what he's doing, the James Brown.
You know, when you really talk about somebody smart, Marvin was smart in his own right. He can take a book and go through it in a few minutes, close it up, and he tell you everything's in it.
I always knew all of my brothers were going to be ministers. And out of all of them, I felt that Marvin was going to be the greatest of them as a speaker.
He would call me the bourgeoisie preacher. You know, you got your big office, that big pulpit. Yeah. Jesus never had a pulpit. He never had an office.
Right.
You're right, brother. I mean, you got your way, I got my way. Well, my way is better. We have this little debate. I'm Jesus because Jesus never had an office.
He had plenty of places to live, but he wanted to be with the people out there because that helped the people understand and identify he was walking according to Jesus. Jesus walked amongst the people, and he wanted to prove to the people that he was doing everything he could to be like him.
And his mission was always want to feed the hungry. From a youngster up, that was his really ministry, to really feed the hungry. And most time I had to help fill his basket or whatever he had to care to the hungry.
I remember the last holiday, my husband and Marvin and the boys got out and raked leaves, and after we finished raking the leaves, we had our family gatherings together, and then Marvin said, okay, you have to feed the homeless. I gotta take them something to eat. We get in this place, it's so dark, we don't see anybody, and we were scared. We thought we were good in ministry, we're not afraid or anything, we were scared. And Marvin said, no, don't be afraid, they know it's me. And he got out the car and he says, Marvin, and people were coming from on the boxes, cardboard boxes, coming out of vacant apartments, coming out of vacant homes. And they were so delighted to see Marvin. And he said, come on, you have to have your Thanksgiving meal. I've never seen so many people. It was like they were just coming from everywhere.
And so maybe that part of me, went to Marvin reading, he wanted to do it. But I always have did for the sick. Anything that I can do for them, I'm there. Sometimes the children tease me and go on, what you going to spend the night? Where you at now? But that's what God give me.
13 years old.
To take care of the sick. And go visit them and pray for them and give them a ride to church. And that is my ministry. But right now, I got to get myself back together to do it. And I ain't together. You're not right now.
Somebody now is missing. Somebody's missing in our family. And they're not missing because of natural causes. They're not missing because of God saying, this is your time. But somebody's missing in our family because
we was protesting for him.
5 sheriffs who should have been protecting and serving him has now murdered him.
They were called no limits, sacks, dimes. Would be 250 or 350. That's the Mississippi.
He was actively aggressive, being resisting. And
how? Describe that.
They were yelling out orders, telling him to get on his stomach, giving their hand. Another officer yelling out, "Give me your hands." He wasn't doing that. He was trying to look like he was trying to stand up to me.
Have you talked to anybody about this incident after the incident?
In what aspect?
Discussed it with other officers or anybody?
Just those who were involved directly after.
Who was that?
Deputy Grimes, Deputy Sharp, Deputy Gomez, and Sergeant.
When he was in the cell, the subject was in the cell, did you form an opinion regarding whether he was conscious or not?
I believe he was conscious.
And what's the basis of that belief?
Because he moved his arm when he
wasn't conscious.
And at this time, is he seated, lying, or
he's laying on his stomach on the ground.
Okay.
The left handcuff was taken off first, and it fell to his side, and then he straightened it. So it went from like a kinked arm to a straight arm. To me, that was involuntarily moving it. I sat with Officer Gomez to the right of like where the area is at. She let me know that she had already been involved in a stressful incident like this, and she didn't want to go through it again. And she was stressing out.
The prisoner was walking away from the book desk towards the open seating area, also sometimes referred to as the pit, aggressively, very animated with his movement when he was walking away. Just fuck you, bitch. I mean, just like that. After determining I was unable to gain control of Booker's arms, I attempted to apply a carotid artery restraint, just like any any use of force. You know, you apply pressure until the threat stops. He was talking and
he did it all,
swearing the entire time up to the point of where I finally released pressure. This one clearly stands out because of the aggressiveness and how strong he was, how incredibly strong he was.
Did you discuss with the other deputies what had happened when you were standing outside?
Questioning on, I'm a lawyer.
Before you came to headquarters.
Talking right. I plead the fifth.
Well, I mean, we were, I guess, yeah.
Somebody said that Mr. Booker was upset with not having his shoes. Do you remember him saying anything about his shoes?
He said something about his shoes. I was shocked how strong he was. I have never been in an altercation with somebody and had to fight that hard with somebody. Even after she tased him, it didn't seem like it even fazed him because he was still struggling.
And when you took the handcuffs off Mr. Booker, can you describe his actions or his demeanor?
Everything stopped.
I believe he was directed to lay flat on his stomach and not move till the door closed. So I believe that's what he was doing. I could still see him breathing at the time.
So you have not talked to anybody besides your attorney?
No.
About this incident?
No. Even when I was at the hospital, I think the attending physician or something came in and he said, "Yeah, I was down at the morgue." I said, "No, please don't." I said, "Don't." I said, "Walk out, please, if you want to talk about it." I said, "I don't want any." So
I'll commend you for that. Did a good job.
Memphis, Tennessee.
I met Marvin in 2006, and we had a course called Racism to Reconciliation.
And
where's my lawyer? Right.
Make a covenant commitment to each other that we will pray daily, observe silence daily, that we will reflect with another, and we call these covenant partners, during the week on our spiritual journey, and that to the class, whatever question was raised for the week, to the class, we would bring the next week a reflection.
Marvin, I didn't know him before that. So Marvin was the first homeless man I'd really gotten to know.
And I believe, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Art and Marvin were covenant partners. That was a pairing made in heaven.
We were thrown into it, but we grew into it. And so we both shared our own stories. I told you we had to write our own racial autobiography. So I wrote mine and read it to the group. He wrote his and read it to the group.
And I know he would attend that group and listen to the discussions and also give his own comments and opinions and such. So he was trying, there wasn't anything artificial about him.
And one of the things I think in my own personal relationship with him and that group that I spoke of, the Racism to Reconciliation group, was I think that he felt that he was dealt with as a person to person.
Well, Marvin and I go back many years. His father was our pastor back in the 60s.
I don't know that I have a specific moment in mind, but he had the twinklingest eyes I've ever seen in my life.
They all came for us.
And every time I saw him, was always a smile. I had to beg him to stop calling me Miss Brooks because he was going to be polite.
Yes, what are you talking about, Crow? What's savage?
It makes me light up just to think about it.
Yes.
Just to think about it.
Someone called me, I believe, and said, "I've got terrible news.
Are you behind, Crow?
Marvin Booker has been killed in Denver," and it was just to the limited experience I've had with that kind of tragedy, it was like disbelief.
I said, not Marvin.
I cried. I fell, I didn't literally fall out of my chair, but I just collapsed in my chair, just so sad and upset about that.
I was pretty shocked. I just couldn't believe it was happening to him at a point in time when he was having a breakthrough in his life.
And him being killed, it just didn't seem real.
Then it made your family link gone, 6 kids. Now you got 5. You know, it made them.
I loved him with all my heart. All my heart. He's part of me. He's blood of my blood. You know, it was always 5 boys and 1 girl. The link has been broken.
We started putting things together, and his daddy was really a good thing on that because he was saying he don't see how that could happen when Marvin never bothered nobody, never did anything unless somebody would say something to him. And then we started putting it together about his shoes, you know, that he wanted to go get his shoes.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't let him go get the shoes. And he just kept on saying there must have something happened there because, you know, anybody could go get their shoes.
We were supposed to have met by phone with the city officials, and that was probably day 4 or 5. That was very early in the situation. We needed answers. And when they refused to give us answers, we immediately started the search for attorneys.
Well, when the Bookers called us to see if we would help them get information, I actually still was kind of naive about how difficult that would be. We knew it would be on videotape because it happened in a common area in the jail, the booking area.
Yeah.
And we thought that as soon as we saw the video, we could determine whether this was a justifiable killing or whether this was a constitutional violation. But the city slammed its doors in our face.
Dr. Tim Tyler, who is
Yeah.
a great
Timothy
pastor
J.
of
S.
the
Tyler.
Community Church, he and his congregation made a vow that they would not rest until Marvin Lewis Booker civil rights
That's the pastor
are
of Soda
restored
and
properly.
And so he asked me to, when I got back to Denver, if I could investigate and make some phone calls and find out what happened to his brother. And that's what I did. When I started making the phone calls, I knew something was wrong because people who usually return my phone calls and people who usually spoke to me on the phone stopped speaking to me and started returning my calls. I could feel that Shorter had a call and a mission to find out what happened to Marvin Booker. Not only because I was friends with his brother, not only because he was the son of an AME presiding elder, not only, there was just a sense that
he was in the picture.
By the time I'd had my meetings on Saturday, I was convinced that there weren't very many people who were concerned about it.
We were able to walk the last mile.
A call and a mission to find.
Oh yeah, I remember these people in this picture. Some of them are still alive, but some of them are gone, I think.
Find out what happened to Marvin Booker. Not only because I was friends with his brother, not only because he was the son of an AME presiding elder, not only, there was just a sense that by the time I'd had my meetings on Saturday, I was convinced that there weren't very many people who were concerned about it.
We were able to walk the last mile of his life through the center, and we had prayer with our spiritual pastor, Dr. Tyler. met with some of your city officials, and to our disappointment, we have not gotten any answers. We're about to leave Denver the way we've come, with no answers.
Finally, we get Dr. Carver's report that my brother was killed due to restraint. And it was categorized as a homicide. Wow. We still haven't seen the tape. This is September now. September 2010, I guess. 90 days out.
Hello, Doc. How are you? I'm sorry that it has taken me forever to write, and I say thank you for your love and support. I've been having a lot of medical appointments lately, and I have been keeping them all. It's been hectic, but I hope that one day it will be rewarding. 2010 is my year. I'm certain of it. And then by late spring, I hope to be back in Memphis because I miss you, my family, and all of our friends we know together. The anticipation of seeing all of you again is very great. Anyhow, Merry Christmas with all of my love, Marvin. And it's an ironic letter because we all know that he never made it back to Memphis alive. So that dream didn't come through.
Mr. Booker died at the hands of Denver sheriff's deputies. And since that point, an investigation has been underway to determine accountability and to determine the direction that this case should go. Everybody wants a thorough investigation, but this event took 5 to 10 minutes. And imagine how quickly the investigation would have been had 5 inmates killed an officer of the law. The case has taken too long. Accountability is too slow. And justice delayed is justice denied.
So we will do everything we can to make sure we get all the facts and that we arrive at a fair resolution to this. And there have been misconduct. Law has been broken. We'll make sure that those who violated law are held accountable. And certainly one of the issues with the family is the desire to see the video. And again, I did talk to our district attorney today, again, who, again, I think our district attorney cares as deeply and as passionately about justice as anyone, and is determined to make sure that we look at this this entire process.
An intense display of anger on the lawn of a Denver church over a decision not to file charges in a Denver jail death.
And an ultimatum was made at this church just tonight. Spencer Booker says the district attorney should change his mind and charge the deputies, or he should resign.
I promise you, you'll see that my brother was murdered at the hands of 5 of your deputies.
Spencer Booker is angry and demanding accountability.
Tell the truth, DA. Look at it for what it is.
This was obviously a violent resistance on his behalf. Didn't have to happen at all.
Tell us what violence my brother committed in your jail.
When law enforcement asks or demands a citizen take certain actions, they're supposed to comply. In this case, as you know from your review, Mr. Booker didn't do that at the outset. He did not comply. I was part of the initial investigation. I spoke with the coroner and participated in the interviews with the sheriff's deputies. And to a person, and including the statements of the coroner in our conversations, they felt that Mr. Booker had good strength and struggled for some time.
To what standard would have to be met in order for yourself and the IAB and the investigation of the deputies after Mr. Booker's death to come to a conclusion that excessive force was used? What would have been the standard that had been reached?
The standard would have to be that it would be force in excess of what a reasonable peace officer could have used faced with those same facts and circumstances. That's the legal standard.
Do you think anybody from the deputy side lied during the investigation?
No.
less than 1 hour ago, we filed a lawsuit in the building behind us to secure a remedy to enforce the law, because nobody in the city of Denver would enforce the law for the Booker family. We were forced to file this lawsuit because every time we petitioned our government and requested that justice be pursued because of the tragic death on July 9th, 2010 of Marvin Booker, doors were slammed in our face. We asked the mayor of the city to help. The mayor gave us nice words, but no action. We asked the city attorney to help, at least show us some evidence of the events of early morning of July 9th, 2010. And although the city attorney also gave us words and told us that he would circle back and be in touch with us, it's been over 7 months since those requests were asked, and doors have been slammed in our face.
See, when we was 13, when Dr. King came to town, and when they rushed us off the streets, we went upstairs, and Dr. King came upstairs. So, you know, this is really the effect of this that Dr. King had on Marvin. And so right after that, Marvin had only one thing on his mind. He was gonna be Dr. King.
After Martin Luther King died, he always liked to imitate Martin Luther King as a, youngster.
King was killed in 1968, April 4th. Marvin probably started April 5th, 1968.
And I admire him at that, because he sounds just like Martin Luther King. So I admire him for that.
A lot of times he would get on top of the house so he could gather the crowd. And you would see all the people and children be out there, and he'd be on top of the house and Martin Luther King's speech.
I was in the process of being installed as the pastor. The committee planning it said, we want this fella, Marvin Booker, to recite one of the poems, because he's the best we've ever heard during the Martin Luther King speeches. And so here we are in the big banquet. The place is packed. Some people got on tuxedos. It's a real fancy dance affair. They put Marvin up, and Marvin said, before I tell you about the poem I'm going to recite, the speech, I want to tell you about me and my life and what it has been like. I'm a preacher's kid, grew up in Memphis, Tennessee, got in some trouble, got in a couple of, and he named specifically. Here's a fancy affair. Nobody expected to hear a confessional of all the stuff that he had done. But when he started speaking, giving that speech, everybody was spellbound. He knew it word for word. He sounded as much like Martin as Martin. And I knew Martin very well. I shared the platform with him 40, 50 times. And that boy had all of the inflections, and he just had the speech, didn't miss a beat, because I knew it.
And that was just his life, Martin Luther King. And then he just ended up I guess you call yourself just a minister. The Lord just called him into that kind of ministry. And that's what we call him, the minister of the poor and the minister of the gospel.
This is by Marvin Lewis Booker. I am writing this book about Martin because I am long overdue in expressing with words my tribute to him. I am 51 years old, and since I was 9 years old, Dr. King has been my mentor, teacher, and friend. His selfless actions were a conduit for me to be a disciple of his great works and message. A work and message that never saw a more relevant need than this very day. Dr. King is not dead, for his words and his spirit live in me. It was God's gift to me, indeed it was. to endow me with the words and message of Dr. King. And I give personal testament that God is using my body, my mind, and my spirit by the grace of God, the Holy Spirit, to further the cause of justice everywhere until that day when the victory for universal brotherhood is won and finally achieved as evidenced in the everyday reality of modern life. I feel a great obligation and debt to present the words of Dr. King once again to people everywhere with the complete meaning of Martin Luther King Jr. It is my calling.
Well, we have a disciplinary system of which we subscribe to in the Department of Safety. The Sheriff's Department is beholden to a disciplinary matrix,
definitely on mine.
and that tool is used to
Bernice,
determine
I don't
if someone
know.
has
I don't know.
violated a particular
I don't know if
departmental rule or
Bernice
order, and
supports
if
her
so,
officer.
what is the appropriate discipline to be attached to that inappropriate behavior?
And it's really hard to understand, and it's pages and pages long. So there's like a weight or value placed. If you violate this rule, it's worth this punishment. But if you received awards, maybe we won't punish you as bad. But if you've had a bunch of other disciplinary problems, now it's elevated. So it can get really confusing.
It's a tool that's meant to be more objective, not subjective, so that there's fairness in the process, so that the facts are investigated thoroughly. We do a fact-finding approach to discipline. So through our internal affairs investigations, someone determines the who, what, where, and the why.
First got elected. What's happening on the mechanism? Dude, hey King, my son.
To me, the incident was exactly the way
That's everyone.
all my other incidents, you know, semi went.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
with my
weird.
use of force incidents, you know, I was completely astonished when we went back and found out that there was something really wrong with him, because he was fighting us so much and would not respond to us. To me, it was I thought he was mental.
I guess the only way I can describe it is just aggressive anger coming out of his mouth, and he's like, "Fuck you, bitches, motherfuckers!" As I'm applying the pressure.
He didn't say anything. There was no obscenities. There was no okay. There was no I need help. Nothing.
You're the last one out of the cell.
Correct.
Okay. When you look down at Mr. Booker, tell me what you see.
I see him laying there and cooperating and not moving until we exit the cell.
Okay. Does Mr. Booker appear to be conscious at that point?
Yes.
What do you do after that? Where do you go from there?
That's a little fuzzy. Okay. I know I go and put the taser away.
What happens when you get to the nurse's office?
I tell her that we had a use of force and that I need her to come and check on the inmate.
And this is the way she put it. He's acting like he's unresponsive now.
Did you make the statement to Nurse George that you thought Mr. Booker was faking unresponsiveness?
Like killed him in the jail.
Sergeant Medina tells you this
all on camera
that he's acting unresponsive.
Mm-hmm.
What do you take away from that?
It gave me the impression that it wasn't like an emergency.
Is there anything that you said to the nurse during this incident that would have made her, Nurse George, that would have made her doubt the seriousness of what you were asking her to do?
I don't believe there was anything I said.
So I grab a ammonia ampule and the blood pressure machine and start going over there.
And is that the equipment you would need to deal with someone who was feigning
Right.
unresponsive?
The deputy stepped in and I stepped in, and I saw who I knew to be Mr. Booker at that point, with his arms just down by his side, and his head turned to the left. And I saw a large pool of saliva beside his face, and he wasn't moving. So I had the deputy assist me in rolling him over. And when I rolled him over,
She lying, exactly, crew. She goddamn
my
lying.
immediate opinion was that he was deceased.
What gave you that impression?
His eyes were wide open, fixed, staring straight ahead.
We're getting arrestees that night who were saying they killed that man. They killed Marvin Lewis Booker.
They were only probably about 8 feet away from where I was sitting. And one of them had him in a headlock that looked like he was trying to wrestle a steer. Then the taser came out.
What did my brother feel? They had him prone down. I mean, this man, one witness of the clinic, that Marvin exclaimed, "I can't breathe."
Yep. It's before Eric Garner.
We're hearing these witnesses from the arrestees. These are arrestees. They're not criminals.
We want to see the tape so we can see what happened. And I call upon this community to rise up. And the man that justice be done, because it was bothering. But if you don't say something, it'll be you next time. Or your child. I'm 2 years old. I never expected to bear my son. I thought they would bear me. But he was 56 years old. And 5 feet, 5 inches. Weighed about 145 pounds. And then 6 steps to get him, jump on him. And while they hold one taser. And if that didn't happen,
Yeah, they did.
show us the video and then we'll know.
Right.
The witness have said that's what happened.
Whole time.
All they have to do is show us the video.
I said Trump.
Not only will we know, the community will. We will have justice.
Right.
The city to slam its door in this family's face when the family is asking merely for information about how their brother and how their son had died was incomprehensible to us.
There was no real logical reason to me that it would have taken months to obtain that video to make it public.
Karate chokehold was banned. Why? You didn't do anything wrong. Why ban it now? The 5 chefs went back to work, according to what we read. They should have been immediately put on administrative leave.
Yeah.
They use excessive force. Someone died at their hands. But we could not get anybody to respond.
We were simply told in a pretty tight-lipped way, we're investigating and we'll get back with you soon.
2011, after much prayer, many protests, many pilgrimage back to Denver, they decided they're going to release the tape.
At first, the city asked us to sign a gag order.
What do you mean we can't talk about it? They didn't want us to bring our attorney. They didn't want us to talk about it. Why are we going to see the tape and ain't going to talk about it?
Right. What is it on the video that would cause you not to want us to discuss it with anyone? And we refused to sign for it. Well, once they realized that we were not going to allow them to dictate to us what will and what will not be done, we were able to see the video.
Okay, good. Victory. Victory. Guess when they're going to release it? Monday morning after Mother's Day. You want my mother to get on an airplane and fly to Denver on Mother's Day?
Might be.
To see the video of her son being
I can
murdered.
see that. You survived Cook County? Yeah, that's real serious.
And I think that was very, very cruel. They even think about going to show a tape on Mother's, right after Mother's Day. So that means that they didn't have any feelings or no heart or no sympathy at all.
We sat around this big table in this big Gothic looking office. And they said, we're going to release the tape today, but we're going to allow y'all to see it first. Watch this now. We're going to allow y'all to see it first. We're going to let you go in a private room. You will see it first. And a little later on today, we're going to release it after you all have seen it. And unfortunately, none of our officers have done anything wrong. Everything they have done was by the book.
Yeah, they investigated themselves.
I got a little belligerent.
They did nothing wrong.
You mean tell me y'all didn't see nothing wrong? No one has broken any iota of a rule, of a regulation, of a policy. None. They did everything right.
They had a special showing of it for us, the ministers.
Yeah.
The Ministerial Alliance and a few other people.
Oh, yeah.
We watched that video. We watched 5 sheriff's deputies pile on top of Marvin.
Yep, 5.
We watched
5 sheriff's
as
deputies piled onto that.
stayed there for 2 or 3 minutes. We watched
Killed
as
him.
they went.
5. None of them got charged.
They wanted us to see it. It was on television later, but they showed it to us first, thinking that we would be supportive of their position. And they were disappointed when we were not. We could see they had been brutally killed.
And the reaction was, how could any sane human being watch what happened to this 130-pound man and not come to the conclusion that it was murder?
The trust had become completely damaged because we were being told one thing when the video came out about Marvin.
He had been around jail situations enough to know that you don't fight, you don't make a problem.
He said, I was
He
there
wanted
with
to get
the
his shoes.
Chicago rappers. I believe it, bro. Was you there
That
with
made
Twister?
sense to me. Didn't make sense to
Was you there
me.
with Crucial Conflict?
We were told that what we saw, we really didn't see. And what happened really didn't happen the way we thought it was happening. And we're looking at a video and we're saying, what do you mean? There's a video there.
The people who were the officials there in the meeting, when they showed it, they said, do you have any questions?
Meek Jenkins.
He said, yes. You didn't have to kill Marvin Booker. They were disappointed that we were not satisfied after we saw the tape. We still said it was murder.
And so there was so much spinning of the situation that was going on that we had to raise hell. We had to say, no, enough is enough.
I think the Ministerial Alliance realized that they were being talked down to and that the city thought they could trick these Black ministers into thinking that just because somebody was paying attention to them, they should think everything was just fine. They weren't going for it.
And the videotape showed it from several different angles. And when we were given access to that evidence, we sat down and watched it, and it was chilling.
So sitting with Marvin's family was really hard to endure. As horrible as it was for me as a virtual stranger to watch Marvin getting killed, I can't even imagine the incredible pain that his family felt.
Yeah, I've seen it.
They weren't going for it.
And the videotape showed it from several different angles. And when we were given access to that evidence, we sat down and watched it, and it was chilling.
So sitting with Marvin's family was really, they weren't going for it.
And the videotape showed it from several different angles. And
They said, "You have any questions?" He said, "Yes." You didn't have to kill Marvin Booker.
Right.
They were disappointed that we were not satisfied after we saw the tape. We still said it was murder.
Right.
And so there was so much spinning of the situation that was going on that we had to raise hell. We had to say, no, enough is enough.
I think the Ministerial Alliance realized that they were being talked down to, and like the city thought they could trick these Black ministers into thinking that just because somebody was paying attention to them, they should think everything was just fine. They weren't going for it.
And the videotape showed it from several different angles. And when we were given access to that evidence, we sat down and watched it, and it was chilling.
So sitting with Marvin's family was really hard to endure. As horrible as it was for me as a virtual stranger to watch Marvin getting killed, I can't even imagine the incredible pain that his family felt.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's really rough.
Big charge.
It is. It's rough. We know that Marvin wouldn't be satisfied if we didn't try to get some kind of closing for him the way they did him.
It was very depressing to see that film for the first time. Now see them asleep almost, you know.
We met with all the lead officers of the city of Denver, and we made it known at that point that we will fight you to the end.
Charles Barkley? Which Charles are you talking?
And we will fight you beyond our death, because we know you killed our brother, our brother-in-law, and our son.
Yep, that's what they did. That's exactly what they did. When it happened, y'all. So that's what I'm talking about. That's what the Black coat jacket. Check it out. I shall go to see what the end's gonna be. I open my mouth to the Lord, and I won't turn back. I will go, I shall go to see what the end's gonna be. I open my mouth to the Lord, and I won't turn back. I will go, I shall go to see what the end's gonna be. I open my mouth to the Lord, and I won't turn back. I will go, I shall go to see what the end's gonna be. I open my mouth to the Lord, and I won't turn back. I will go, I shall go to see what the end's gonna be. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody knows but Jesus. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Glory, hallelujah. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Alone from home. Sweet Lord, I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sweet Lord, I feel like a motherless child. Alone. Sweet Lord, I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sweet Lord, I feel like a motherless child. Alone. Yeah, I remember being at that protest.
The trial of Marvin Booker, that 3-week trial, was the most painful roller coaster ride.
Mom is preparing to come to Denver, and she never really accepted this trial.
And I just kept praying, Lord, how am I going to make it? You know, how he's going up there, got to stay and hear the trial. And it's something in your mind that tug at you, you know you got to go through it. You want it to happen. And then you was hating to have to go through the thing. And so all that week, as I said, coming up to it, I was worried about it.
Coming home from church, she had an accident. And she crushed her knee in very excruciating pain. We're trying to figure out what's going on here, okay? And, but we got to go. We have to go to Denver.
Yep, I remember that 2014.
In the jury selection, they ended up selecting an all-white jury.
And the defense attorney said to the jury that Marvin Booker was going to die anyway at 3:34 that morning.
And I really, as you might guess, believe this very firmly. The whole reason why we were even there was the conduct of Marvin.
Right.
You know, I think the evidence in this case was uncontroverted, that a normal, healthy human being gotten into this exact same scenario would not have died, wouldn't even have been seriously injured.
That was his opening. It sticks out like a sore thumb in my mind.
The city of Denver defended this case with the broad theme that this is standard good law enforcement, that what we all saw in the video that led to the death of Marvin Booker was the way it should be done. And they repeated that theme in their opening statement and in their closing argument, that this is textbook, this is law enforcement 101, I think was the phrase that the lawyer used. In fact, the coroner in this case, who was not on our side, and if anything, he's on the other side. He's the city of Denver coroner. He concluded that these restraints that the officers had put Marvin under were the causative factor in Marvin's heart attack.
But there really was no indication of any severe injury to this fella, but for the fact that, of course, his heart stopped. Well, that was explainable by the fact that, of course, as I've said before, he was simply, it was a heart that was waiting to stop.
Dr. Stephen Karch is a very, very expensive expert witness that law enforcement officers frequently call upon to swoop in and to try to save them in excessive force cases. Dr. Karch's expertise, such as it is in cardiology, and he was going to testify that Mr. Booker's heart basically just gave out, and coincidentally, it's at the same time that he was under these 5 deputies. Dr. Karch, frankly, will say almost anything he's paid to say. He has been found in other courtrooms and other federal courts to have engaged in testimony that was inaccurate. One federal judge characterized him as a charlatan and rejected his testimony completely in that case. He is being paid $700 or $800 an hour in order to say his slides and his very fancy exhibits, which were really impenetrable to me. I couldn't understand what they all meant. Pictures of blood cells and arteries and things like that. All of this leads to the conclusion that the deputies did nothing wrong.
And day after day, we went in that courtroom. We had to unravel the truth.
When the first sheriff deputy got on the stand, they asked her, they said, is it true that you have been charged in the past with lying in other excessive force cases? And she said, oh no, I've never been charged with lying. They said, well, it's not true. She said, no, I was not charged with lying. She said, I was charged with departing from the truth.
Which is a sort of a crazy little colloquialism that the sheriff's office uses for the word lie.
Fawn Gomez is an unabashed liar. She said, no, I wanted to send him to the isolation cell because he walked away from me. So I said, all right, let's watch the video. Played the video. He's standing there at the desk as she's talking to him. She gets up, wheels the chair around, and storms off. And he's just standing there like, what's going on here? He's just trying to do the intake process. So she gets up. And so I say, all right, well, now we've all watched the video together. The jury has watched the video, and you've now seen the video. Yet you say that you put him in the isolation cell because he walked away from you. Are you still sticking with that story? Yes, she's still stuck with the story.
But, you know, he's not going to win an argument with her. So he starts to follow her, realizes that he had taken his shoes off during his wait to be called for booking. So he goes, I'm going to go get my shoes. Eyewitnesses and ear witnesses heard him say, I got to go get my shoes. That is more non-compliance to Deputy Gomez. She's not going to put up with any of this. So she immediately double time goes to him, goes hands-on, and the rest is history.
And so when people came and testified that Fawn Gomez had a reputation for starting fights and for unnecessarily using force on inmates and for being an all-around troublemaker and creating danger for herself, for the inmates, and for the other guards, of course it was true by Fawn Gomez's own testimony.
Remember now, use of force, simply going over and doing a soft hand escort is a use of force. It doesn't startle me at all. Force has to be used in the jail.
The way that Denver addressed the fact that it had killed this man was something out of a Kafka novel. I mean, the degree of the cover-up, the lies, the avoiding accountability, and the misconduct during the course of the trial, all designed to avoid accountability and to trick the community into thinking that what the city had done was okay. It was so disturbing to watch.
The deputies here are so used to being able to tell a story which gets them out of responsibility or accountability, and certainly out of any accusations of excessive force. That they do it all the time. They do it without thinking. They just tell a story which exonerates them from responsibility.
The cursing was cited by Mr. Morrissey in the decision letter as one of the main reasons why they didn't indict the sheriff's deputies. And then none of the sheriff's deputies corroborated that. Talk about that. I mean, are we saying that Mr. Grimes was telling the truth when he said that Marvin Booker was yelling motherfucker and bitches?
You know, I don't agree with the premise of your question, all right, at all, because you're making judgment about what Mr. Morrissey found to be important, and I don't know that either one of us is in a position to say that. As I said before, Grimes related the event as he recalled it.
According to Deputy Grimes' sworn testimony, he took an oath and swore to tell the truth. He said that when they were on the ground, Marvin Booker was not saying, I can't breathe, like many witnesses testified Marvin was saying. Rather, he was saying, fucking bitches, motherfuckers, fucking bitches, at a loud volume. And we even asked Deputy Grimes, was he really saying it loud? He says, yes, he was saying it loud. So loud that people could hear. He goes, yes, it was really loud. People could hear. Not a single person corroborated Deputy Grimes's testimony.
In critical instance like this, it's not at all unusual for details of memory to vary significantly from person to person. Grimes, you have to remember, was the person who was closest to Booker through most of the event. And so the extent that Booker was saying anything, Grimes would be the person who would be most likely to hear it.
There were 5 deputies that were applying force to Mr. Booker while on the ground. And each of these deputies was bigger than Mr. Booker. And Mr. Booker was prone on his face underneath these deputies, including around the neck by Deputy Grimes with this carotid hold. And Deputy Grimes is well over 200 pounds. All of that being said, Deputy Grimes, under oath, swore that during the scrum, Mr. Booker was able to push himself way up and to almost start to get up.
I find in reviewing the video, which I've seen, you might imagine, a few times, that there's a couple of different occasions when we see the group or the pile, if you will, rise up. And there's only one explanation for that. It's the person on the bottom trying to get up.
And Deputy Grimes knew that he had to have some explanation for that. Otherwise, it looks like what it really is, which is a violent, brutal, graphic, excessive piece of force. So he decided to say, that's evidence of Mr. Booker actually, with his superhuman strength, I suppose, almost lifting this entire pile of deputies up off of the ground.
We watched Rodriguez come up. The sergeant. You had a full responsibility to protect that inmate from those subordinates of yours. You did not use not 1 ounce of your authority, only but to send for a taser. That was your authority, to send for a taser? A man who you already know is handcuffed? And you're gonna send for a taser for what? That doesn't add up, Sergeant.
She's watching it play out before her. She also sees that there's a deputy, Robinette, who's got his knee in the middle of Mr. Booker's back, and he's applying 150 to 175 pounds of force right in the middle of his back. Deputy Gomez is also on the other side of his torso applying force to him. And Deputy Sharp is down around the legs where he's got nunchucks that are wrapped around Mr. Booker's legs, and he's cranking down on them to inflict even more pain, he says, in an effort to try to secure some sort of compliance. Compliance with what? Mr. Booker is prone on the ground and he can't even move. He has so many restraints on him. And Sergeant Rodriguez, nevertheless, stands above it, imperiously looking down upon this man who's being killed before her very eyes. And not only does she do nothing to stop it, not only does she not intervene and say, hey, why don't we let off on him now that he's in handcuffs and not a risk of flight or a risk of hurting anybody, she decides this is a good idea and a good time to deploy a taser on Mr. Booker.
And you tased my brother. And you tased him longer than the book tells you to tase him.
departmental policies say that you're only supposed to do so for 5 seconds. But the evidence at trial indicated that this taser went off for over 20 seconds. That's several cycles. She had no explanation as to how such an event could have happened. And Mr. Booker never moves again after that taser.
They carried him to the cell and testified that he was still resisting when any viewer can tell that he is hanging there lifeless. Once they put him in the cell, they continued to testify that he was moving and making some noises. Medically, that seems to be virtually impossible.
Eyewitnesses testified that Mr. Booker was drooling, he was not moving, his eyes were not alive. They, to a person, said that this man was dead at the time.
After the defendants left the cell pretending that Mr. Booker was still somehow being non-compliant, Sergeant Rodriguez, as the sergeant, was supposed to call for medical care, supposed to immediately call to make sure that Mr. Booker got the kind of medical care that he needed. But she didn't do that. What she did instead was run back and apparently hide the taser she had used. They didn't bring with them anything that was calculated to save Mr. Booker's life. What they brought was materials that were designed to show he was faking, ammonia ampules to put under his nose, and they didn't provide any life-saving medical care for him. After going out of the cell and celebrating the fact that they had killed this man, they went to go and look at the video. And then when they were turned away, they all gathered together to make sure they were all on the same page.
The lawyer asked, well, so you all got together the day after the incident, folks that never had gotten together before, and you didn't talk about Marvin? Because you're not, you were instructed not to, compare notes and compare your stories and all of that. And so you all got together for lunch that one day, and you didn't say a single word about the case about Marvin, and you want this court to believe that that's in fact true? And the police officer said yes.
They sent each other various emails and texts, which they then destroyed, even after having been told they had to keep them.
Then to find out that the taser, literally the taser, is missing.
During the course of litigation, we were given some logs, but they just didn't make a lot of sense, because what they showed was a taser being deployed about a half hour after the video showed Marvin Booker being tased by defendant Rodriguez. And it showed the tasing happening for a shorter time period. We realized she had hidden the taser and probably exchanged it for another one. And we learned that during the internal affairs investigation, the taser that she had given to them had a different serial number than the taser report that we had been given. And it became crystal clear when we brought it to the judge's attention. And we said to the judge at the end of a trial day, it has become clear that Denver has not given us the actual taser reports for the taser that was used on Marvin Booker. Now, Tom Rice, the attorney that was hired by Denver to defend it and to cover up its wrongdoing, says to the judge, we've given them every single document. We have given them the reports showing when the taser was used and for how long. We have given them all of the reports. So the judge said, well, if that's the case, let's revisit this first thing in the morning. You bring in those documents and let's see what it is that you've given them that shows when the taser was used. We came into court the next morning with everything we had been produced about the taser. We gave it right to the judge and we said, this is everything we've been given. And the judge says, Mr. Rice, let me hear it. You told me last night that you had provided them and that you would show me these documents. Let's see it. Tom Rice had to concede he had never produced the documents that he told the court he had produced.
Not our finest moment. If we could do it again, we would have been be sure to keep much better records of the taser. It was not well presented, and it was not well maintained, the records, and for my part, it was not well presented at trial. But I still believe that there was but one taser application.
And when I would talk to my mother and I was telling her, mother, they're just telling so many lies. And mother said, Elizabeth, think about where you are. They trying to make their case look good. They have to lie. She said, you know your brother Marvin, so you have nothing to worry about.
Denver's strategy at trial was to essentially baffle the jury with bullshit. And this happened with their their ultimate witness of Mr. Chapman, who was their expert witness on law enforcement activities, he said some things that were so facially preposterous that the jury would burst out laughing. He mentioned that, look, this is important that the deputies go hands-on and restrain Mr. Booker the way they did, even though he died. It's something that they really had a law enforcement imperative to do, because really, if they didn't stop him when he was going back to get his shoes, you know, what might he do next? Or if other inmates who were sitting around waiting to get booked, if they saw that he was able to go back and get his shoes, well, they might want to go back and get their shoes too. And Mr. Chapman, I kid you not, with wide eyes said they might want to go back and get their jacket next, or they might have to get their book or something like that. And he was saying it as if it had some weighty importance to it. Like this would be self-explanatory how we couldn't allow such a thing, that somebody would want to go back and get their jacket. So the cross-examination of him simply sort of went where he was taking it. What if they went back and got their jacket? I mean, then what? And he said, yeah, see, yeah, they might go back and get their jacket. And we said, yeah, like, and then what? And that was important enough for him to say, you know, that's why we had to tackle him and tase him and put him in a chokehold. And this is, in his view, why it's good police work to do this, because once you let somebody get their shoes, who knows what article of clothing they might decide that they need to get before they go to the cell.
So we're looking at Juan Gomez, Grimes, Rodriguez, Shaw, and Robinette. All of you are responsible for what you've done to my brother.
Yeah.
I can go on and on about what happened in that courtroom, but others could tell you more in detail. But my distinct memory was the last day, that Friday, when the jury was sent out.
We got in the call that the jury was coming back, so we all rushed down to the courthouse.
Judge came out without his robe and just stood in front of the courtroom and said, I just received another note. There is a juror who's asked to be relieved from the jury pool.
I was like this because I didn't know what was going on. I really was.
When they thought that everybody was going to walk, all of them were loud. They were having it was like a party going on, that we beat this thing. We got one going to hold out for us. And that's what the whole trial was all about. Can we find one jury that we can probably convince not to come out with the truth?
When the judge came out, he kind of like put the icing on the cake.
He told them they need to go back and come back with a decision. And that made me feel good because I really couldn't go through this anymore.
And about 11 o'clock, after a very stressful long Tuesday morning, we got a call coming back to the courtroom. And to hear the verdict.
And there were several questions the jury was asked to answer because there were 5 individual defendants and there were a couple of different legal claims that they had to answer. And then they had to answer questions about what the damages might be if Mr. Booker's side won and whether punitive damages would be imposed.
So when they started reading the verdict, it said yes, 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 yes. That's all I wanted to hear. We won our case. We won our case.
This sense of vindication was overcoming our legal team. And I looked at the family at that time. They're standing stoically, their sense of exhale and relief as well. But there's no sense of celebration, or there's nothing like a high five. There's a proud moment that what they had done was true and right. So every single question that was asked to the jury was returned in Mr. Booker's favor.
And in the verdict, on every one of those points, they assigned a dollar value based on the person who did the damage. The worst was to this sergeant who was a part of it, and right on down the line.
It was almost like Marvin was just really like looking down and said, I told you. You know, I told you. And that's really what I really just felt that day. I felt like Marvin's presence was like hovering over Colorado. Like he was saying, I told you all that justice was going to be prevailed. You know, all what we went through, the hurt and pain and the tears going through all that. And it was just like I could hear him saying, I told you.
This journey's over. Rodriguez, you are responsible for not carrying out your duty to oversee the work. It was your job to watch over them, and make sure and supervise them. To hear those jury verdict come back was just sweet to my ear.
That legal team was pretty cocky until they heard that verdict, and especially when they heard the number. And I'm sure that was a pretty tough phone call to make to the mayor's office that city attorney had to make. We lost big.
I'm not questioning the wisdom of this panel, but I'm telling you that a different panel would decide the case differently. I know that's the case.
I believe a different jury might have come back with a considerably higher verdict. That too is speculation, but I see no basis to believe that a different jury would have decided that this was not excessive force.
You know, when the dollar amount of the award was announced and all of that, I was, you know, on the one hand, I was ecstatic that there was that level of justification, satisfaction, you know, relief that there was going to be a penalty, you know, as a result of what happened. Still a little frustration that in terms of a criminal penalty, there was, you know, justice hadn't been served on that level.
I'm glad we won the case and everything, but it's still not bringing my brother back.
For me, they have been reconciled in my heart, but your actions cause for consequences. From the DA's office down to the sheriff's office, the safety manager office, even the independent monitor who looked us in our face and said they broke no policies. And they broke so many policies came out in this courtroom over the last 3 weeks. And they need to be dealt with. They need to be fired and indicted.
So we celebrated with bittersweetness, and now we have vindicated Marvin's civil rights, not validated. Your headlines never came out with validated. His life was validated when his mother birthed him. When he was born in 1954. That was life validation. Okay? They invalidated his life. They tried because they thought he was just a homeless man. They thought he was a throwaway. They thought Marvin Lewis Booker did not have family. They had to feel that Marvin Lewis Booker was a nobody.
And even at the end of the trial, you still wondered, why would they have done that to him? Why did we have to go through all of this? Why aren't those guys in jail? Why? Every day now, you would think that it's over, but it's not. It's not over. That's something we have to live with the rest of our life.
You can't tie justice in with what happened there. The jury did what they could to make things whole. But how can you make somebody's life whole when you've killed them? Murdered them.
Oh, God. When that juror stood up and declared those Denver sheriff officers to be guilty of using excessive force on Marvin Booker. It was like 4 years of weight fell off of us. I felt and I saw Marvin in that courtroom. And for the first time, I believed that a black man could get justice when it looked like the odds were against him.
So it was a happy, sad moment. When we went to the county jail that day, there were still some questions there. Was he really dead when they carried him out of this building I'm standing in front of? And although it was a celebration, it was still a void there. I'm not finding the truth of what happened to my brother-in-law.
The detention center was surreal. For 4 years, we released balloons. And the release of the red, black, and green balloons were our way of saying to Marvin, that we promised to keep fighting. So this would be our last balloon release to say to him that we kept our promise.
This time, it was about releasing balloons of victory. It was a bittersweet moment, okay? Because Marvin is still dead. You know, he was still murdered in this building that we stand in front of. But it was sweet because we proved that you killed him without a shadow of a doubt. Okay? It was sweet for me because I hope Mitch Morrissey knows that this call was wrong. You should have charged these guys criminally. You said we couldn't get a jury. That's what he said. I can't find a jury that will charge these officers without a shadow of a doubt. You know, you're talking about your bars, the standards, and you know the bar is higher in a criminal and lower in a civil. No, the bar is the same. Murder is murder. Okay. All of us gathering together, celebrating, making our speeches, and
Reverend Spencer Booker's wife, Gail, fainted. It was just, I think, just the release of stress. So they called the ambulance.
The responder that was working on Gail, the paramedic, was the same one who worked on Marvin.
He said, I'm the one who's pumping his chest on the video. We embraced each other. He talked about how stressful it was. And I asked him the question I wanted to know. Was Marvin dead when you got here? Or did he die at the hospital? He said Marvin was dead when he got there. So that let me know Marvin was dead on that video when I saw his head hanging. So I asked him, why didn't you testify? He said the city had us on as a witness for them, but they never called us. And if they had, I would have told the truth.
There's a book called God Blinks. And it asserts that there are times when things happen that we often call coincidental, that are not coincidences, but they are God's way of blinking. And when God blinks, it's his way of letting us know that he's watching over us. And so I took that to be one of God's blinks, that it just so happened that the ambulance physician that came to answer that call that day was the same person who 4 years ago answered the call for Marvin Booker. What a perfect way to end what had been a grueling 4 years for that family. It's just amazing.
I feel better, good about somebody heard our case and somebody, know that we need justice. I feel good about that. That made me feel, good. And I was so thankful for the lawyers that stood by us and the people that was in Denver that was on our side. Now that was good. You're glad your son lived a life enough that somebody, cared for him.
He wanted to help, and he wasn't a selfish person. He wasn't doing things to embellish himself or to build himself up or he everything I saw that he was doing was his care for other people.
What would you say to the Booker family about the city being responsible for his death?
I'm not going to comment on the Booker matter again, sir. I apologize. I'm just not.
I want to read you just something that Marvin said. We ought to be tired of being treated like slaves. We ought to be tired of being homeless. We ought to be tired of being jobless and treated unfairly by abusing racist policemen. We ought to be tired of the courts filling our prisons with our children. We ought to be tired of sending our children to faraway lands to fight wars and die for special interest in Washington, D.C. We ought to be tired of the outright assault against our most precious resource, Mother Earth. We ought to be tired of the way America is and the way it is going.
One of his old quotes is from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., where he talks about before the victory is won, some will have to go to jail. Some will get scarred up a bit. Some will even have to die a physical death. But I'd rather die a physical death than to die psychological death, that my soul may be free and that I may help free others.
Right. I think you started out asking me, how has this changed me? It's changed me in a lot of ways in terms of teaching me that you've got to insert yourself into situations that need you. You have to keep going no matter what. I had members of my church who stopped coming here because they were tired of me talking about Marvin Booker. Once you know what God has called you to do, you have to do it, no matter what the outcome is. To this day, I can't get the mayor to return my calls anymore, and that has not always been the case. Human life, justice, has to come before any kind of privilege that you might enjoy. And I said this in Bible study last week. If you're really a friend of God, then anything that makes God mad ought to make you angry. And if when you see people who are the victims of injustice, who are being abused, killed, and it doesn't make you angry, then you're not God's friend. First and foremost, before anybody else, when I come to the end of my life, I want to be able to say I was God's friend. Marvin Booker ultimately helped me define my friendship with God, and I'm grateful to him for that.
When confronted with the question, each of the deputies responded, would you do it again the next time this comes up, particularly knowing the results, the fact that Mr. Booker died? Would you do it again? And to a person, they doubled down. They said, that's right, we would do this again.
So are they saying by that they would do it again so the guy could die? I don't think that's what they're saying at all. I don't think that's at all the point of this. It's just that if they had the same set of circumstances brought to them, would they behave in the same way? Probably. I still believe in my heart that what these guys did was essentially textbook application of force in a progressive way to deal with a non-compliant and in some ways aggressive person. So would they do it that way again? I would hope so, because they're following what they're trained to do.
That means if you're to accept that they're telling the truth under oath, and we should at least presume that we're supposed to accept it, that they want us to accept it, that means Mr. Grimes would inflict an extended and aggressive and rough and very strong chokehold on a guy who wanted to go get his shoes before going to his cell. This means that Sergeant Rodriguez would supervise the scene exactly as she did, seeing multiple points of stress on a little old man who really hadn't done anything all that remarkable. He maybe on the worst day for him and the best day for the deputies, he was a touch non-compliant and didn't jump as high as he was ordered to. She still would allow them all to do what they did. And she says if she had to do it again, she would once again retrieve the taser and tase this man exactly as she did before. All of this with the hindsight of knowing that the man died. Now, I'm terrified that they might be telling the truth in this piece of sworn testimony, that they would do it that way again. And if they're telling the truth, and if their lawyers right now are telling the truth, that he hopes they would do it that way again, then we are all in for a heap of trouble. And our law enforcement agency is much more terrifying than any people out on the street that they claim to be trying to discipline or to fix. They're not serving and protecting, they're damaging, harming, and killing. And they promised that they'll do it again.
Yeah.
Documentary. I know 45 people. Wow, amazing race. It's more than that now. Yeah. This month he wrote on the Tamir Rice case. Oh hell no. Oh my god. Now she went for the state patrol. Yes, he was murdered. Alright, y'all, that's all I have for y'all. R.I.P. to Marvin Booker. Yeah, that man is dead. Exactly. Mac 285. That's all I have for y'all. So thank y'all for staying up late with us. Make sure y'all check out the RBA right after this. Lady Tracy, we're doing RBA. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all our platforms. First of all, this concludes season 5, episode 15, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to all our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And yeah, that's it. So, see y'all later. And for the RBA, peace.